Chapter 865. Truth was a power controlled by true immortals. After becoming celestial immortals, they could already control the laws. Even so, when they faced Lu Feng's truth, they were filled with endless reverence. The Moonhowl sect master looked at Lu Feng with a calm expression. For such a heaven-defying monster, the body that he has refined is naturally something that others will never be able to reach. Therefore, the truth that forms this body of truth is also a terrifying existence. It's only natural that you can't bear it. Indifferent, truly incomparably indifferent. But in his heart, stormy waves have been set off. Perhaps at this time, as a peak Hunyuan golden immortal, he felt his insignificance for the first time. Endless truth poured in, allowing Lu Feng to feel the transformation of his body. This was a fundamental change, a complete metamorphosis. Lu Feng's power was terrifying, powerful, and gradually it changed completely. He could clearly feel that his physical strength had entered a kind of peak. He only needed a little bit more to break through and complete the true transformation. At the last moment, Lu Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shocking brilliance. And it was at this moment that the truth that filled 100,000 miles all poured into Lu Feng's body. It was completely absorbed by Lu Feng. Metamorphosis. Shocking metamorphosis. 10 times amplification. Invincible body. This was the power of Lu Feng's current fleshly body. He finally did it. Standing quietly in the sky, Lu Feng could feel the waves of invincible aura around him. Lu Feng laughed. It was a crazy laugh. After going through so much, he finally came to this day and stood at a brand new starting point. Feeling the aura of heaven and earth, Lu Feng's madness remained. The next moment, his voice rang out, causing heaven and earth to tremble slightly. Since we're already here, let's tremble together. My world appear. World. Lu Feng wanted to condense the power of the world together. Lu Feng knew that he was not really at the peak now. Only by condensing the power of the world could he truly reach the level of the virtual king. Otherwise, he would not have any ability to fight against those virtual king powerhouses. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Feng wanted to condense the world together so that he could truly possess the power of the world. In the haze, heaven and earth gave birth to nothingness, opening up chaos, evolving into chaos, and a vast, illusory image appeared. This was the embryonic form of the world. This was the embryonic form of a complete world. Seeing this scene, countless existences sucked in countless cold breaths. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. It's not over. He's actually going to continue condensing the world. But how can he condense the world? How can he condense the world now? World, that was the hope of every immortal. Condensing the world meant that they would enter the legendary realm, the level of Golden Immortal. In the Moonhowl sect, there were dozens of virtual king, which was the Golden Immortals, and hundreds of immortals. At this moment, there were more than 300 immortals here. 300 immortals. Their lifelong goal was to pursue the realm of Golden Immortals, but they had not succeeded until now. What about Lu Feng? He was just an existence who had just become an immortal and had not even reached the realm of true immortals, but he had actually started condensing his own world in front of everyone. How could these existences be at ease, if only they could calm their hearts? However, Lu Feng did not see any of these people's attitudes, because he was now at a critical moment. Lu Feng understood the existence of the world very well, even more than many virtual king powerhouses. Every time he used 1 billion mortal worlds, 1 billion immortals, it was a kind of understanding of the world. When he fought against the god-slaying Overlord, he had used 1 million mortal worlds, 1 million immortals. At that time, he had comprehended over 1 million mortal worlds. Therefore, Lu Feng's understanding of the world was beyond everyone's imagination. However, he only understood the world and had no experience in condensing the world. Therefore, this was actually the first time Lu Feng had truly condensed his own world. Gradually, the embryonic form of the entire world had been gradually developed, and countless power mysteries began to be injected into the framework. Everyone knew that at this point, Lu Feng's world was almost formed. The most important thing in condensing a world is the condensation of the embryonic form of the foundation. Obviously, this terrifying monster has already realized this. In the beginning, condensing the embryonic form of the world was really easy for him. Many people showed a look of jealousy. Among the hundreds of heaven immortals in the Moonhowl sect, there were no less than 10 heaven immortals at the peak. However, they were all trapped at the peak of heaven immortal. The reason for all of this was that they could not smoothly comprehend the world and could not smoothly condense the embryonic form of the world. However, Lu Feng in front of them succeeded so smoothly and directly condensed it. This made them feel really unbalanced in their hearts. However, even if it was unbalanced, they could not do anything to Lu Feng, because at this moment, Lu Feng had already entered the final stage of condensing. Condensing the world meant that he had control of a territory and could shape anything he liked in his own territory. And these truths, and even the injection of the laws, were the cornerstones that could shape everything. Soon, countless laws were completed. In the void, that huge shadow gradually took shape. Really, it was huge, extremely huge. It was dozens of times larger than the battle stage that was 100,000 miles wide. It could be said that the world condensed by Lu Feng was beyond everyone's imagination, but also within their imagination. Such a huge world is more terrifying than the worlds condensed by those peak Hunyuan golden immortals. However, for such a heaven-defying monster like him to condense such a world, it is actually acceptable. If it were others, these people would not believe it. After all, this scene was too bizarre. However, after witnessing the two shocking scenes of Lu Feng, it seemed to be nothing at this moment. Finally, the final condensation was completed. At this moment, shocking brilliance descended from the void, illuminating the ancient time and space. It was so brilliant that it made people's hearts sway and their souls tremble. This was a brand new world, a brand new great world that was born. In this world, it was still lonely and dry, but this did not mean that it would always be so. Everyone knew that as long as Lu Feng was fully familiar with the existence of this world and completely controlled it, then he would be able to create some living beings in his own world. Of course, those living beings that he created would not be able to appear in this world. After all, they were only created by him and were completely incompatible with this source world. He succeeded. He let out a sigh that was filled with too many emotions. Thousands of emotions were fused into this deep sigh and completely disappeared. At this moment, the Moonhowl sect master looked at the people around him and said slowly, "All right, let's go and congratulate this heaven-defying monster together and continue to create shocking sacred relics." After saying this, the Moonhowl sect master took a step forward and was about to walk towards the void. Unfortunately, the moment he took a step forward, the scene in the void made him stop at his tracks, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Lu Feng's existence was to make billions of living beings incomparably shocked. He was the incarnation of shock. After completing the heaven-defying condensation of the world, it should be time for Lu Feng to retract the world and return to normal. But he did not. He did not do so at all. Because Lu Feng, there was another turbulence. And this time, the turbulence made him even more shocked and trembling than before. Feeling the existence of this world, feeling the blessing of the world's power, Lu Feng felt that he had really changed at this moment. In his own world, he had a feeling that he was in control of everything. In this place, he was God. This was not the kind of God that was cultivated by a martial artist. This was the God in the legends, in the myths. The existence of God was the creation of the world. They ruled over everything with a thought, life and death in an instant, terrifying, powerful, unfathomable, eternal. This was God. In this world, Lu Feng felt like he was a god. Compared to when he had entered the taboo, mythological domain, the feeling of control he had was much more obvious. He enjoyed this feeling very much, but in the next moment, Lu Feng's eyes showed a strange and complicated expression. This is the feeling of God. This is the feeling of being in control of everything. But this feeling isn't real. Vaguely, Lu Feng also understood why those virtual king almighties always had the illusion of being high and mighty and looking down on everything. In their own world, they were the real gods, and this feeling made them gradually get used to the illusion of looking down on all living beings. But was this really real? No. This is just an illusion. The complicated and gentle look in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a kind of sharpness. Showing off his sharpness. This is actually fake. In his own world, he can become a spirit god sovereign. But is the world we live in just this simple world? They may be, but I, Lu Feng, am not. Not. Never. His heart was trembling, and his soul was screaming. At this moment, Lu Feng shouted out his own voice. No, definitely not. I am the emperor, the current emperor, the eternal emperor. How can I only exist in a small world of my own imagination? That is not the path of I, Lu Feng. In the next moment, Lu Feng was shaken. He looked at the world that had just been created and revealed a sinister and crazy smile. Well, I want us to be really powerful. I want to be the ruler of everything that I go to. How can I simply sink into depravity like this? So shatter. Let this world become my invincible power. Let me become stronger. Let me become the ruler of this era, the eternal supreme. Shatter. Chapter 866. Lu Feng actually shattered his own world, just like that. He had just condensed it, but in the next moment, he actually shattered his own world just like that. Such an action shocked everyone. But what Lu Feng did next was something that really shocked them. The world shattered, but it did not completely disappear. Lu Feng, who was standing at the peak of the void, was actually devouring that shattered world completely. Devouring. Lu Feng used the power of the great demon. He began to circulate the power of the great demon. He began to use the power of the great demon. Devouring, he completely devoured this shattered world. In an instant, those existences were stunned. In the next moment, the Moonhowl sect master's shocked voice finally sounded. He is actually devouring the world. He actually gave up the existence of the world and wants to integrate the power of the world into his own body. What kind of monster is this? Shocking, indescribable. Many existences had already fallen into madness. But everything in front of them was still going on, and it was still going according to Lu Feng's idea. Lu Feng's choice at this moment was one of a kind. It was something that no one had ever done before. He gave up the existence of the world, gave up the world's divine ability, and chose to integrate the power of the world into his own body. Such an approach proved one point, and that was that Lu Feng's existence was an extreme person. He chose the most extreme method, giving up all existence, just for the promotion of his own body's power, to be able to enter an even more extreme realm. This was Lu Feng, the pure Lu Feng. For my existence, I gave up all artifacts and chose my own existence. In this life, I want to use my most powerful fist to shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. Giving up the artifacts, Lu Feng chose his own body, his own fists. Therefore, just that terrifying physical body was not enough, because the physical body that Lu Feng needed was the most terrifying physical body. Refining the world, although it could not increase the physical body by even a little, Lu Feng's physical body carried the true essence of the world, making his physical body incomparably sturdy. Once the star demon body was integrated, Lu Feng would really shock the world. This was Lu Feng's plan from the bottom of his heart. Integration, devouring, and integration, this was the state that Lu Feng was in now. Looking at the countless worlds that were scattered and fragmented in the void, many existences were strangely profound. They watched the world that was millions of square meters of area gradually becoming smaller and smaller, finally being completely absorbed by Lu Feng's body. Many existences looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness or something else. The world that they had dreamed of all their lives was shattered by the existence in front of them. This kind of shattering without any worries was a deep blow to them. making them feel helpless. After integrating the worlds like this, I really don't know how terrifying his physical body will be. However, I'm afraid it's only him. I really can't think of any other existence's physical body that can withstand the integration of Shattered World. The physical bodies of other existences would probably collapse at the beginning of the integration. Even the most heaven-defying battle physique would probably only be able to integrate 1% of his world. This was just their guess, and it could only be their guess. After a long time, the shadow in the sky completely disappeared. Only a figure was left between heaven and earth, trembling violently in the void. He was trembling. He was really trembling, because at this moment, Lu Feng was suffering endless pain and blame. He was really in extreme pain, as if he had gone through 18 layers of torture and death. Integrating the worlds was indeed a magnificent feat, and it was also Lu Feng's insanity. However, he had to do it, because Lu Feng knew that there wasn't much time left. Right now, he needed to reach the peak of his strength. He needed to keep moving forward. Right now, it was obviously an opportunity to improve his strength. Therefore, even though he knew that it would be incomparably painful, Lu Feng still didn't give up. He still chose to try. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, this pain was always there, always there. Lu Feng screamed in pain, and the world shook endlessly at this moment. His mournful voice caused the hearts of everyone who heard it to tremble. Although they didn't know how painful it was, they could imagine that this was definitely pain that surpassed all limits. Monster, this is the most terrifying monster in history. His will must be shockingly firm. Otherwise, how could he do such a crazy thing? However, such a crazy monster with such a firm will still end up like this under this pain. It's hard to imagine what kind of pain caused him to end up in such a miserable state. Many people's faces were twitching constantly, because Lu Feng was still screaming in pain in the void. They could even see Lu Feng's body, which was trembling nonstop, changing irregularly. There were obvious protrusions in many places, which were then suppressed by a powerful force and forcibly shrunk back. However, before that part of his body could completely calm down, the same scene occurred in another part of his body. It could be said that the current Lu Feng was really irregular. He still maintained his human form, but as he rose and fell, many parts of him were constantly changing. Such a scene gave people a strange and horrifying feeling. Everyone was silent. All they could do now was watch with their hearts trembling. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. However, Lu Feng was still in his previous state. He was still screaming in endless pain. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a few breaths of cold air. This kind of pain would probably cause someone to collapse in just a short while. However, Lu Feng had persisted for such a long time, and from the looks of it, he was still persevering. How heaven-defying must his will be to achieve this? Sure enough, it's not that no one has ever done this in the past. It's just that those who did it couldn't bear the pain and completely perished. That's why there are no records of it in history. Now, such a monster has come to challenge him. If he succeeds, his battle constitution will be so terrifying that it can't be countered. If he fails, he will completely disappear. Attention, constant attention. If he succeeds, he will surpass all history and become the only battle constitution in the world. If he fails, then there's no need to say anything more. Up in the void, Lu Feng was truly experiencing billions of times of pain right now, compared to the billions of times of life and death he had experienced back in the Massacre Abyss. Even though it was slightly worse this time around, Lu Feng still felt as though he was about to break down. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Others could see that if he couldn't persevere, he would perish. As someone who had experienced it, how could Lu Feng not know? Therefore, he persevered, and strengthened himself at all times. In fact, no matter what the result was, Lu Feng wouldn't give up. Even if he failed and didn't have to pay with his life, Lu Feng still wouldn't give up. Because as a monarch, how could he, Lu Feng, give up and admit defeat? Persevere, persevere, persevere all the time. A day passed quickly. Lu Feng's painful voice resounded in the dark night sky, silencing the powerful immortals. They never thought that there would be such a crazy existence who could persevere in such pain. These people knew that if they were in his shoes, they would have collapsed in an instant. "I'm not as good as him," a celestial immortal sighed and finally said what was in his heart. In the past, when they saw how heaven-defying Lu Feng was, besides being shocked, they also felt indignant because they didn't think they were much worse than Lu Feng. All their failures were because they didn't have a chance. They didn't have the heaven-defying aptitude. But now, they finally understood that they were inferior. Perhaps one's aptitude was innate, but a lot of strength and power were acquired later in life. Just like now, they knew that if Lu Feng really made it through, Lu Feng's physical body would be unprecedented and the gap between them and Lu Feng would be even greater. But was this something he was born with? No. If they were in Lu Feng's shoes, would they succeed? Then could they really do it? Many people asked themselves this question, but the results were disappointing, because they knew it was impossible. If they were in Lu Feng's shoes, then none of this would happen. None of this would happen. They didn't even have the thought of doing so. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to bear the pain and would soon give up, completely give up. This is the difference between a monster and a genius. In the eyes of a genius, they always lament the unfairness of fate. They think that if they have monstrous aptitude, then they will definitely achieve greater things in the future. But if they are really the same, then is the result what they think it is? I'm afraid that's not the case. A monster is a monster, not only because of their aptitude, but also because of their monstrous heart. Time passed again, and it was already the third day. Now, those existences above the immortal realm of the Moon Howl sect were numb. They really didn't expect that there would be someone who could endure such pain for such a long time. Such a degree of perseverance was not something that could be controlled by willpower. It was also the first time they saw such a degree of perseverance. However, these people also understood that there wasn't much time left until the end of the battle, because the aura that came from Lu Feng's body at this moment shocked them. This was a feeling of the world. This was the feeling of the mysterious power of the world on the physical body. They had never heard of such a situation, let alone seen it. This is the horror of a physical body that has refined the world. Really, it's so extreme. Facing it, I even have the illusion that I'm facing the world, as if this isn't a physical body at all, but a miniature of a powerful world. Facing his own body was like facing an entire world. Such a feeling was truly devastating. Chapter 867. On the fourth day, the final condensation was about to be completed. In the void, everyone could see the change in the color of the world. The sky, which was originally filled with boundless light, was now filled with a dark color. It was as if the entire sky had been devoured by something. These people could feel that the change was not only in the sky above them, but also in the entire Howling Moon territory, the Black River State, and even the entire Yellow Spring continent. Heaven-defying. This is a true heaven-defying battle physique. A truly invincible heaven-defying battle physique has appeared. He hasn't even completed it yet, but he has already triggered such a phenomenon. It's hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering changes will occur once he completes the final fusion. Shock and horror. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Lu Feng, waiting for the results to appear. In the overseas world, the immortal spirit island was filled with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts. It was filled with the beauty and prosperity of an era. This was one of the most famous places in the entire second universe. Although it was not on the 14 great continents, its existence was incomparable to any other place. This was because this was one of the 3 legendary sacred lands, the primal chaos sacred land. An ancient existence slowly walked out of the palace of the primal chaos sacred palace. His eyes were filled with the radiance of wisdom, and his movements carried an ancient aura. He was a truly aged existence. It could even be said that he was an ancient existence. However, no one dared to treat him as an ancient existence. The moment he appeared, Countless experts around him bowed respectfully and greeted him in unison. "Welcome, Primal Chaos Immortal Master." The Primal Chaos Immortal Master. The one who appeared was the Immortal Master of the Primal Chaos Sacred Land, one of the 3 sacred lands. The Primal Chaos Immortal Master. Looking at the many people who bowed, the Primal Chaos Immortal Master gently waved his arm and helped them up from the void. In the next moment, a chaotic phenomenon appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have seen through time and space, as well as the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Everything in the universe, including the endless everything, was revealed by his wise eyes. Nothing could be hidden from him. After observing time and space in silence for a long time, the Primal Chaos Immortal Master's chaotic eyes suddenly shot out a dazzling light that illuminated heaven and earth. However, the light only appeared for a moment before it completely disappeared. The Chaos Immortal Master let out a sigh. I wonder what sort of existence is capable of stirring up the heavens and earth and creating such an abnormal phenomenon capable of obscuring space-time. With a final sigh, the Primal Chaos Holy Lord didn't say anything else. He returned to the Primal Chaos Palace, leaving behind a few worshipping experts. They were stunned, not knowing what to do. This time, Lu Feng condensed the world body, causing the entire space-time to tremble. The Yellow Spring continent was plunged into endless darkness. Even the experts above the Immortal King realm on the other continents could sense it. Although they couldn't see or even figure out Lu Feng's identity, they all knew that a shocking, monstrous genius was born in the underworld continent this time. The appearance of this monstrous genius would change history. In fact, when faced with such a situation, these experts no longer trembled as they did when they first saw it. Because once upon a time, more than 4,000 years ago, a monstrous genius was born. With unparalleled strength, he directly suppressed the 3 holy lands and became the #1 expert in the world. After him, one of the 5 ultimate kings, the Emperor, made a powerful breakthrough and became an eternal divine emperor. He stepped into the peak of the divine king's strength. These experts above the Immortal King realm all understood that the appearance of such an abnormal phenomenon meant that a new monstrous genius would be born. An ultimate expert who was comparable to the Taboo and the Emperor. The only thing these people could do now was to wait and quietly wait. Not only did Lu Feng's breakthrough attract the attention of the powerhouses, but even the monstrous geniuses at the Emperor level and above sensed it. And their reaction was even more obvious. These people all knew that an existence that made them tremble had been born. In the future, they would definitely clash with that monstrous genius in the eternal battle domain. And this also made them cultivate even more crazily and start to break through in a powerful manner. Looking at the distant place, he woke up. Light flashed in his eyes, and his will surged. Immortal spiritual aura appeared, making him even more ethereal. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. He looked in the direction of the Yellow Springs continent and sighed softly. "I know you're here, Emperor Lu Feng. I know, we will definitely fight again, a real battle. The current you is really terrifying and powerful. Since ancient times, you're the strongest emperor I have ever seen. You are the strongest monstrous genius. Even your ancestor, the human king, couldn't compare to you in the same realm. But so what? I, the immortal king, have dominated countless eras. Even the previous emperor didn't make me fail. In this life, it's enough for me to fail once. There won't be a second time." The moment his voice disappeared, the immortal spiritual aura around him began to surge and madly invade his body. "Since it's already come to this point, I won't hold back anymore. I'll use all the accumulation I've accumulated over countless eras. I'm going to bet on this life. I'm going to prove that I, the immortal king, am the real, eternal, invincible existence." After the immortal spiritual aura invaded, it turned into a cocoon. And the immortal king, in this cocoon covered by immortal spiritual aura, closed his eyes. Around him, some visible or invisible aura, the blessing of fate, and the invincible power were all crazily absorbed by the cocoon. Now, it was the day when he was trapped in his own cocoon. He was waiting for the day when he broke out of the cocoon. He, the immortal king, was the real ultimate immortal king who had accumulated for countless eras. In the void, the darkness was already gloomy to the extreme. Lu Feng's eyes were indifferent. Although the changes to his body were gradually disappearing, the pain was still there. It was only because Lu Feng had experienced endless tribulations that he could endure this pain. If it were anyone else, the pain at this moment would be enough to cause them to sink completely and their soul to collapse. Feeling the strength of his body, Lu Feng's calm eyes were filled with a complicated color. It's almost done. This is the real, most powerful combat body. Compared to now, the so-called divine bodies and sacred bodies of the past are simply incomparable. Since it's already come to this, then I'll give it a try and see what the limits of my physical body are. In the past, his strongest physical body was the fusion of the great star demon body and the sacred truth body. At that time, it was indeed powerful. However, because he had never condensed the power of truth, his sacred truth body had only increased by 9 times. But now it was different. He had already refined the truth in it. Even now, this body had also refined the power of a world. Even the owner, Lu Feng, couldn't imagine how powerful he was now. Therefore, Lu Feng wanted to show it. Finally, the final moment came. The restraints and pain on his body disappeared, and Lu Feng finally returned to his previous state. Slowly raising his arm, the light in Lu Feng's eyes completely bloomed at this moment. In the next moment, endless power was born. Bloom, let me be the pinnacle of my life. Great star demon body. Behind him was the vision of an endless demon. It was so frightening that it made people tremble. That was a real demon. It did not belong to the underground demons. Unlike the demons in the primitive immortal demon era, this was the real incarnation of demons. When the demon appeared, it was as daunting as the stars in the sky. It stood quietly between heaven and earth, accepting the worship of all living beings. Seeing the appearance of that demon, countless beings trembled. They took a deep breath, and their reverence for Lu Feng increased by another level. This was because these people could sense that this strange evolution was the existence of an origin source true essence. This origin source true essence even surpassed the enhancement that an origin source true drop could bring. How many trump cards does he have? Such a monster has been through eternity since ancient times. Lu Feng raised his head, and so did the great star demon. Their movements were coordinated as they quietly looked up at the sky. The next moment, Lu Feng smiled. He really smiled. Now it's time. The most powerful combat body had finally appeared. Enhancement. Enhancement. Endless enhancement. On Lu Feng's body, the vision of a newly condensed world was born. Looking at Lu Feng's body, it was as if they were looking at a majestic and terrifying world. Its existence made time and space begin to shatter and collapse. But it was not over yet. How could it end like this? Therefore, in the next moment, in all the space around Lu Feng, endless truth emerged, overflowing from the body of the world, entangling the void and making the collapse more obvious. The strength of Lu Feng's body had broken through all the shackles. It had broken through all the obstacles and directly entered the realm of 10 times the strength of his physical body. This was not a simple 10 times the physical strength, but a powerful degree. However, this was still not the end, because the end had just arrived. Enhancement. Enhancement. The great star demon body was enhanced. The vision disappeared, but in Lu Feng's body, everyone seemed to see the body of the demon again and saw the peerless horror of the demon. Breakthrough, upgrade, peak, peak. Finally, Lu Feng entered the peak. The moment he merged with the star, great demon body, the enhancement of his physical body truly entered the pinnacle. This was the peak of a 10-fold enhancement. Good, the feeling of power. With a gentle punch, he actually shattered the traces of time and space, making the surrounding void shatter like crystals and instantly vanish into nothingness. This was power. Lu Feng could feel that he did not need to use any of his profound principles. Just his current physical body alone was enough to easily kill an Origin King. This was something he would not have dared to think about in the past. My current physical body is almost comparable to a peak 9th grade divine item. A peak 9th grade divine item was an item that even a peak Hun Yuan Golden Immortal needed to use. But now Lu Feng could resist such an item with just his physical body. In other words, if the opponent did not use a peak 9th grade divine item, then in a collision with Lu Feng, it would be easily shattered by Lu Feng's invincible physical body. This made one's hair stand on end. Exhaling deeply, Lu Feng punched the air. The power of this punch caused all the celestial immortals below to suck in a breath of cold air. They could see Lu Feng's realm. They knew that Lu Feng was just a peak immortal spirit monster. But the punch he just punched was something that even a golden immortal could not withstand. What kind of monster is this? Too extreme and powerful. Is he going to be invincible? He is only a peak immortal now, but he can already crush a golden immortal. Then when he becomes a golden immortal, won't he be able to suppress even an immortal king? Chapter 868. No one doubted whether Lu Feng could become a golden immortal. If such a monster could not become a golden immortal, then the others would not have any hope in their lives. His body was luxurious, and a demonic shadow was entwined with the true essence of the world. It had the cover of truth. Lu Feng just stood there. It was so luxurious, as if a real immortal king had descended to the real world, spreading his majesty. Finally, slowly dispersing all the power of his body, Lu Feng exhaled softly. He still vaguely remembered what the mysterious shadow had said before coming here. He said that this was the place that was truly suitable for Lu Feng to develop. And now it seemed that it was true. In 10 years, I've improved a lot. Now, I can even suppress the triple virtual king. This is indeed a good place to improve my strength. I look forward to it. I know that all of you are here. Now that you've felt my invincibility, you should be staking it all on this one throw. Bless me with all the accumulation of the previous era. I, Lu Feng, am here waiting for all of you. Immortal King, Demon King, Divine King, Sage King. I look forward to fighting with all of you. After dispersing all the power, Lu Feng slowly walked down from the void. At this moment, many heavenly immortals were looking at Lu Feng strangely. Lu Feng could feel that in these gazes, apart from surprise and curiosity, most of them were awe. Yes, they should be in awe of him. After all, he was now a powerful golden immortal. He moved slowly, but his speed was incomparably fast. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of the Moon Howl Sect Master. This was Lu Feng's use of the law of space. Previously, he had comprehended the law of space, one of the 3 great laws of Monarch. After condensing the world, Lu Feng's use of the law had also reached an extreme. Therefore, with just a few light steps, he had crossed countless distances and arrived in front of many existences. My apologies for suddenly descending here and interrupting everyone's competition. Lu Feng could only feel slightly apologetic when he saw the strange expressions on the faces of those existences. He understood that a competition was taking place here. He had been sent here by the eternal immortal master. His sudden appearance, coupled with the fact that he had condensed the sacred truth body and received the vision of heaven and earth, had disrupted the competition. If these people were to make trouble while he was breaking through, then Lu Feng would definitely not be merciful. After all, this was someone else's territory, and he was the one who disturbed them. However, as long as others wanted to make trouble, then he would not be merciful. After all, there was no need for mercy in the immortal Devil Age. However, up until now, these people hadn't made a move. They didn't even have the slightest intention of causing trouble. This made Lu Feng feel somewhat apologetic. After all, he had indeed disturbed her. When he heard Lu Feng's words, the Moon Howl sect leader merely chuckled softly and withdrew his other expressions, leaving only a face full of smiles. It's okay. After all, the arrival of a breakthrough isn't something you can control just because you want to. Lu Feng felt a little awkward, but to be honest, he couldn't be blamed for this. In the next moment, Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Moon Howl sect leader and asked, Expert, do you know where this place is?" Since he had returned and broken through, there was still one thing that Lu Feng hadn't done, and that was to find Lin Yu. After all, he had made an agreement with Lin Yu in the past. Looking at Lu Feng, the Moon Howl sect leader didn't hide anything and told him directly. "This is the Moon Howl territory, part of the Black River State." Lu Feng nodded, but his mind was blank. Lu Feng still didn't have a rough understanding of the territories and sects on the Yellow Spring mainland. Then how far is this place from the Yellow Spring? Originally, Lu Feng wanted to go back to the Imperial Azure Empire first to see if Lin Yu was still there. However, 10 years had already passed. Lu Feng had also said that he would wait for Lu Feng for a period of time. If Lu Feng didn't come out after a period of time, then he would go directly to Huang Quanzhou to find Lin Langtian. Therefore, Lu Feng finally decided to go directly to the Yellow Spring after calculating for a while. Hearing Lu Feng mention the Yellow Spring, the Moon Howl sect leader had a strange expression on his face. He looked at Lu Feng and hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, his expression was a little complicated at this moment. "I didn't expect that the grand competition this time would even alarm a monster like you. It seems that Lin Langtian and those Emperor-level sects have worked hard for nothing this time." Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Seeing Lu Feng in a daze, the Moon Howl sect leader was also stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Could it be that you didn't go for the grand competition this time?" Lu Feng shook his head gently. He really didn't know what the grand competition was. Previously, when he was in the Imperial Azure Empire, he didn't hear about it. After that, he entered the Sealed Land and stayed in the Chasm battlefield for 10 years. How could he know what happened during this time? After asking a little, Lu Feng finally knew what was going on. It turned out that 5 years ago, Lin Langtian suddenly gave birth to a terrifying Emperor-level monster. After that, the Emperor-level monster started to challenge everywhere. However, because of Lin Langtian behind him, in addition to the fact that the other Emperor-level sects didn't want their monstrous disciples to become the cornerstone of this monster's advancement, so the challenges were basically ended in failure. Later, in order to allow this Emperor-level monster to transform, Lin Langtian spread the news that a true grand competition of the younger generation would be held soon. As long as it was a monster under 100 years old, they could participate. Of course, if it was just a grand competition, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the winner of this grand competition would be able to get an opportunity. And it was this opportunity that caused a sensation among the younger generation of the entire Yellow Spring continent. Even the young talents and monstrous geniuses from the surrounding continents were gathering towards the Yellow Spring continent. What kind of opportunity is actually so attractive? If it was just an ordinary thing, even if it was an Emperor-level artifact, these monsters probably wouldn't be so crazy. After all, the younger generation couldn't use an Emperor-level artifact at all. Moreover, those peak monsters were the true top existences in their respective sects who were nurtured with all their strength. If there was a need, the sect would prepare it for them, so they wouldn't be so crazy for anything at all. But unexpectedly, these monsters were actually stirred up for an opportunity. From this, it could be seen that this opportunity must be a shocking existence. This opportunity, to many ordinary people, is indeed nothing. It's not even as practical as a grade 8 artifact. But to those monsters, it has an incomparably terrifying attraction. Of course, only those monsters would be interested. This opportunity is to go to one of the 3 great holy lands, the supreme holy lands to cultivate. Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Supreme holy lands. This was one of the 3 great holy lands in the primitive immortal devil era. And the 3 great holy lands represented the highest limit of this second universe. Being able to enter there to cultivate was indeed a temptation that no monster could refuse. Sure enough, the next moment, the Moon Howl sect master continued. Originally, in every 100 years, each continent has a quota of 20 people who can enter the 3 great holy lands to cultivate. And our Yellow Spring continent's direct subordinate is the Supreme Holy Lands. These 20 people are only available once in 100 years. As the ruling sect of our Yellow Spring continent, Lin Lang Tian has 10 quotas. The remaining 10 quotas belong to the top 5 emperor sects. In the past, Lin Lang Tian would choose 10 people from his own sect to send to the Holy Lands. But this time, Lin Lang Tian directly took out 5 slots for the sake of that monstrous emperor-level talent that has never appeared in a long time. They promised that as long as you can enter the top 5, then you can obtain a quota. Lu Feng nodded lightly. There were only 20 quotas in 100 years, and these 20 quotas belonged to those Emperor Realm and Emperor Realm forces. It was impossible for ordinary people to go even if they wanted to. And now that there was finally a chance, it would be strange if those monsters didn't go crazy. I understand. Thank you, Sect Master. In the process of chatting, Lu Feng already knew that this peak Hunyuan Golden Immortal in front of him was the Sect Master of the Moonhowl Sect. Hearing Lu Feng's gratitude, the Broken Moon Sect Master gently waved his hand to indicate that this was nothing. After chatting with him for a while, Lu Feng had already planned to leave. But just as he was about to leave, the Moonhowl Sect Master stopped Lu Feng. Looking at his slightly hesitant look, Lu Feng was also very confused. As if he had decided on something, the Moonhowl Sect Master opened his mouth and said, "I wonder if it's convenient for my sect disciples to go with you this time?" The Moonhowl Sect was only a king sect. Although it was the pinnacle of the king sect, a king sect was still a king sect. One must know that on the Yellow Spring continent, there were even quite a number of emperor sect. Therefore, their Moonhowl sect was nothing in the eyes of the monstrous genius's grand competition this time. The Moonhowl Sect Master was originally hesitating whether he should let his sect's disciples go or not, although he also knew that this competition had nothing to do with their Moonhowl sect. But as long as they could go there and participate, their essence would be improved. But he still had many concerns of his own. In such a grand competition, according to this second universe's rules, it was impossible to let those sect's elders participate. If anything happened, it would need these disciples to resolve it themselves. Clearly, their sect did not have any disciples who could take action. Once they encountered something, there was simply no way to resolve it. One had to know, in such a grand competition, how could there be no friction between young disciples? Letting Lu Feng go with them, although it was impossible to let Lu Feng help them do anything. But as long as others saw that it was with Lu Feng, then they would probably also subconsciously think that Lu Feng was familiar with the Moonhowl sect. If after seeing Lu Feng's strength, then these people would probably not easily find trouble with their Moonhowl sect. This was the Moonhowl Sect Master's thoughts. Of course, regarding his thoughts, Lu Feng did not know. Moreover, even if he knew, Lu Feng also did not mind. After all, strictly speaking, he already owed the Moonhowl sect a favor. Lu Feng did not have any hesitation this time and directly nodded his head. No problem. Hearing Lu Feng agree, an unconcealable joy appeared on the Moonhowl Sect Master's face. All right, the grand competition will be held after 1 month. Coincidentally, my Broken Moon sect is not very far from Huangquan Spring. In the last few days, just directly use my Moonhowl sect's transportation array. Lu Feng did not have any objections to the Moonhowl Sect Master's arrangement. Furthermore, there was still close to a month of free time, which made Lu Feng very happy. After all, in this 1 month, he could slowly calm down and properly consolidate everything that he had now. After agreeing, the Moonhowl Sect Master directly led Lu Fenglai to the inner sect of the Moonhowl Sect and chose the place where only the most distinguished guests could stay, letting Lu Feng temporarily stay there. Chapter 869. A month's time was really not a long time. Compared to the 10 years in the abyss battlefield of the Sealed Land, the current time was undoubtedly like heaven. Of course, Lu Feng did not care about enjoyment, because in the abyss battlefield, if Lu Feng wanted, he could hide in the upper immortal sect and enjoy himself. A few days before the 1 month's time, someone finally came to Lu Feng's room and woke him up from his cultivation. "Young Master Lu, the sect leader asked me to tell you that we will be heading to Yellow Chuanzhou City soon." Lu Feng woke up and nodded gently. The next moment, he got down from the bed and walked toward the door. At the door, the moon-howling sect disciple who brought the message bowed respectfully and led Lu Feng towards the teleportation array. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the teleportation array. Looking at the people gathered here, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. Moon-howling sect was only a king-level sect. Although it was a pinnacle king-level sect, according to the moon-howling sect's leader, there were no less than 100 pinnacle king-level sects on the entire Yellow Spring continent. It could be said that such a pinnacle king-level sect was really nothing. However, it was such an ordinary sect that made Lu Feng sigh slightly. Here, there were hundreds of pinnacle genius-level disciples, which were peak level 3 disciples. One had to know that in the original universe, these peak level 3 disciples were equivalent to the peerless geniuses of the Federation level. They were of the same level as the two young masters of the Bei Gong and Nanming families. But here, there were hundreds of people casually appearing, which really made Lu Feng suffer a blow. Of course, what shocked Lu Feng the most was the 20 monsters and the 2 king-level monsters. 20 monsters! Such monsters, placed in the human race, were enough to be crowned as emperors. Previously, there were only 7 young emperors in the human race. As for the last 2 monstrous geniuses, they shocked Lu Feng even more. Although Lu Feng had seen these 2 monstrous geniuses before, he still couldn't help but feel slightly shocked when he saw them again. King-level monsters. That's the existence of the Emperor of Massacre. In such a casual sect, there's actually the Emperor of Massacre. This, in terms of area, although the second universe was very big compared to the original universe, it was still so far behind that it could not be calculated rationally. But the monsters and geniuses that appeared here were incomparable to the original universe. It could be said that the number of monsters and geniuses on the Yellow Spring continent alone was more than the original universe. Such a scene made Lu Feng gasp in admiration. Seeing Lu Feng arrive, the Moonhowl sect master personally walked over. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled. "I will have to trouble with you this time." Lu Feng also smiled and shook his head gently. After being here for a month, he finally understood why Moon Howling sect leader wanted to go with him. However, Lu Feng did not reject such a thing. After all, Lu Feng would not lose anything by taking care of these people. "Don't worry, sect leader. I will help to take care of them." Actually, there was no need for Lu Feng to do anything. After all, there were elders of Moon Howling sect among the people accompanying them. They were the main people in charge. Letting Lu Feng take the lead was also to solve the problem among the younger generation. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Moon Howling sect leader knew that Lu Feng had understood his meaning, and there was a look of gratitude on his face. He nodded his head lightly. The next moment, he turned around and looked at the huge teleportation array and made countless complicated hand gestures. Lu Feng knew that in the second universe, the activation of the teleportation array required some hand gestures to be realized. Although this was more complicated than the original universe, using hand gestures to activate the teleportation array was safer, and the teleportation distance was further, and the time taken was shorter. Finally, when Moon Howling sect leader made the last hand gesture, the teleportation array shook completely. An incomparably huge crack opened, and at this moment, he turned around and looked at the monstrous geniuses of Moon Howling sect behind him. "This time, going to Huang Chuanzhou, I do not hope that you can achieve any amazing results. After all, among the people participating this time, there are dozens of Emperor-level monstrous geniuses, and there are hundreds or even thousands of King-level monstrous geniuses. The biggest benefit of going there is that you can increase your knowledge. Hence, the most important thing I want you to do is to ensure your own safety. As long as you ensure your own safety, everything else is nothing. Do you all understand?" Although Moon Howling sect leader's words were discouraging, Those moon-howling sect disciples knew that this was the truth. They did not have the chance to compete for the 5 spots at all. Moreover, this time, there was the appearance of an emperor-level monstrous genius. It was easy for an emperor-level monstrous genius to suppress them. So although they were unwilling, these monstrous geniuses and geniuses all nodded. Seeing the state of these people, Moon-Howling Sect leader nodded lightly. Then he looked at Lu Feng and said softly, "Lu Feng, this time, if there is any dispute among the younger generation, then I will rely on you." Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Among the younger generation, although this time it was under 100 years old, everyone did not think that there was a virtual king under 100 years old. And if it was not the virtual king, then Lu Feng was really not afraid of anything. Moreover, if there was really an unpredictable disaster, then Lu Feng did not mind showing off his majesty as a king in this second universe. Okay, now let's go. With a command, everyone walked toward the void crack. Lu Feng was the last to enter. When he walked in, the void crack closed instantly, and Lu Feng's figure finally disappeared completely. Looking at Lu Feng's disappearing figure, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal Elder walked over to the Moon-Howling Sect leader. He was the strongest existence in the entire Moon-Howling Sect apart from the sect leader. Looking at the Moon-Howling Sect leader, the elder hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sect leader, that Lu Feng, is he reliable?" After a moment of silence, the Moon-Howling Sect leader nodded. "Such a terrifying, monstrous genius." Once he agreed, then he will definitely do it. Moreover, such a heaven-defying degree, even those peak emperor-level monstrous geniuses can't do it. This Lu Feng is very likely to be one of the legendary 5, no, one of the current 4. An existence like him is definitely reliable. Hearing the words 5th supremacy and 4th supremacy, the elder of Moonhowl Sect was slightly puzzled. However, a shocked expression soon appeared in his eyes. He looked at the sect master of Moonhowl Sect and remained silent for a while before asking, "Could it be that this Lu Feng is actually the Moon-Howling Sect leader?" Nodded lightly. "Actually, just think about it. To be able to surpass Emperor-level monstrous geniuses, then he can only be that mythical existence that shuttles through endless time and space. He should be the ultimate king. I just don't know whether he is the immortal king, the divine king, the demon king, or the saint king. However, no matter which ultimate king he is, his existence is destined to be one that no one can afford to offend. You should know that behind these ultimate kings, there are some existences that are protecting them." After a moment of silence, the Moon-Howling Sect elder nodded lightly. "Behind the ultimate kings stand the Holy Land. Only the Holy Land is the existence that is protecting them. Shuttling through time and space took an entire day's time, and when they walked out of the transportation portal, it was already the second day. Looking at the prosperity around them, these Moon-Howling Sect disciples were all exclaiming. They were really exclaiming over the prosperity of this place. Of course, Lu Feng was also exclaiming endlessly. In the original universe, within the human race, Lu Feng saw many prosperous cities, such as Heaven City, which was extremely prosperous. However, compared to the foreign battlefields, such as Wind God City and Medicine God City, cities like Heaven City and Gu Fong City were much inferior. And now, compared to the past, those cities were much inferior. Actually, this difference was not about the scale. Because at first glance, there was no end in sight, and the extent of the buildings were also high up in the clouds. Nothing could be seen. What really made Lu Feng feel the difference was the aura. In this Yellow Spring City, Yellow Spring territory, there was a unique aura of time. This aura was ancient and mottled, and nothing could compare to it. Among them, Lu Feng could feel the condensation of time. Undoubtedly, this was not in any other city, and it was incomparable. Therefore, Lu Feng was really shocked at this moment, very shocked. Walking out of the transportation portal, Lu Feng was speechless as he looked at the monsters and geniuses who kept appearing around him. In the original universe, monsters and geniuses who were like the treasures of first class or even a super family could be seen everywhere at this moment. Of course, this did not mean that at this moment they were all monsters. After all, in this second universe, monsters and geniuses were very rare. So at this moment, so many geniuses and monsters could be seen mainly because of the existence of this huge competition of Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian, as the strongest sect of the Yellow Spring continent, as the existence that dominates the sect, indeed has a strong aura and is incomparably powerful. Vaguely, many beings could already see that in the distance, there was a terrifying building that towered into the sky. Everyone knew that it was the Yellow Spring Tower, the signature building of the Yellow Spring sect. The existence of the Yellow Spring Tower itself was a pinnacle grade 11 weapon, and it had been here for countless years. Unless there was a moment of turmoil in Lin Langtian, it was impossible to use it. This was the existence that suppressed the luck. It was also the first time that Lu Feng had seen such a thing, so his heart was filled with surprise. However, Lu Feng was only surprised. Although the real Yellow Spring Tower was very shocking, it was still inferior to the great wilderness totem he saw on the battlefield of the outer region. Chapter 870. Although the Acheron Tower was shocking, Lu Feng did not find it too hard to accept. After all, the great wilderness totem he saw back then was a grade 13 artifact at its peak, and its existence was much more shocking than the Acheron Tower. Lu Feng chuckled, turned around, and looked at the moon-howling sect elder behind him. "Elder, this time I'm here to look for a friend of mine. Let's part ways here. This is my communication crystal. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Don't feel embarrassed. I promised your sect master to take care of the younger generation, so I'll help you during this period." After saying this, Lu Feng took out a communication crystal. This was obtained in the Imperial Azure Cloud Empire previously. Lu Feng always kept a few with him. After engraving his will, Lu Feng handed it to the elder in charge of the Moon-Howling sect. Then he turned around and left. Lu Feng did not have any relationship with the Moon-Howling sect. It was already a great honor for him to promise to take care of them. Therefore, the Moon-Howling sect elder did not dare to force anything. He was a peak heaven immortal, and also one of the people who saw Lu Feng's shocking transformation back then. Naturally, he knew how terrifying this young man, who looked like he was only at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, was. If he wanted to obliterate him, it would be a matter of one blow. It was also because of this reason that he was quite respectful towards Lu Feng's departure and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After leaving the Moonhowl sect's group of people, the place Lu Feng headed to was the location of the Yellow Springs Pagoda. The Acheron Tower was a landmark building built by Lin Langtian, and also a symbolic building of Lin Langtian. As long as he kept looking at it, then he would definitely be able to find Lin Langtian. Along the way, as he shuttled through the streets, Lu Feng looked at the prosperity around him, and his heart was slightly shaken. The degree of prosperity here, the atmosphere condensed with the aura of the era, was completely incomparable to an ordinary era. Even Medicine God City, which was the most prosperous city in the foreign battlefields, could not compare. The people around him were all experts. There were almost no weaklings here. Of course, even if an ordinary weakling of the three mortal realms appeared, they would definitely be people with great status. One could imagine it just by looking at the guardians around them. Among these pedestrians, Lu Feng even saw a few gold immortals. Golden immortals were the virtual king. In the original universe, the virtual king was an ancestor of a pinnacle overlord race. He was of noble status, and his power soared to the heavens. He was invincible. However, such existences could be seen everywhere in Yellow Spring City. This was truly inconceivable. In this city, the most ancient trade was still taking place. However, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly when he saw the items being traded. This was because they didn't use any currency here. What they used was the primitive method of bartering. However, when Lu Feng saw these things, he understood what was going on. The items being traded here were all true godly items, and their grades weren't too low. Therefore, it was most appropriate to exchange items of equal value. Lu Feng walked to a stall and took out a metal-shaped godly item. He was slightly dazed. The metal-shaped godly object in his hand was a grade 8 godly object. If it had been placed in the original universe, it would have been worth hundreds of millions of dollars. However, here, it had been placed casually. This made Lu Feng sigh. Seeing Lu Feng in a daze, the stall owner hurried over. "Sir, do you want this star heavenly iron?" With just one look, the stall owner could tell that Lu Feng wasn't a simple person. Although there were no guards by his side, Lu Feng's aloof temperament spontaneously arose, and people couldn't help but want to respect him. Therefore, the moment the stall owner saw Lu Feng, he concluded that Lu Feng wasn't an ordinary person. And since he wasn't an ordinary person, he definitely had the ability to buy it. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. To be honest, he wanted to buy it. After all, such a grade 8 godly item would be extremely valuable if he brought it back to the original universe. However, it was a pity that he didn't have any extra godly items to exchange for it. And to be honest, this godly item was for his friends to use. It was impossible for him to use it. It was only a grade 8 godly item, so it wasn't qualified for him to use it. After all, after he reached the pinnacle, his body was equivalent to a grade 9 pinnacle weapon in human form. A grade 8 godly item wasn't even qualified for him to touch it. In the end, Lu Feng just shook his head and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Feng's back, the stall owner was slightly confused. In his opinion, someone like Lu Feng should buy whatever he liked. This wasn't something that a young master should have. However, since Lu Feng didn't want to buy it, he couldn't say anything. The stall owner understood that the people who came here these days weren't simple people. Simple people wouldn't dare to come here at all. What a great competition of the younger generation. It seems that this time, Lin Langtian is determined to make the demon in his sect the protector of the future. Regarding the demon, perhaps only the sects above the emperor level knew about it outside of Huang Quan Spring. However, in Huang Quan Spring, especially in Huang Quan City, almost every passerby knew about it. Lu Feng looked at the things that these people were selling, and his heart was in turmoil. Among them, he saw too many precious godly items. He even saw godly items that could increase one's lifespan and body strength. Needless to say, in the original universe, this was a godly object that even godly kings and supreme beings would be tempted by. Of course, the godly items that could increase one's lifespan that the divine king was tempted by were definitely not low-level ones. As for the godly items that could increase one's body strength, although they were slightly less precious than the godly items that could increase one's lifespan, in the eyes of many people, they were also extremely precious. After all, increasing one's body strength was a lifelong thing, and it couldn't be weakened no matter what. Lu Feng didn't expect that there would be such things here. Although he was envious and wanted to buy all of them, he really didn't have many godly items that he could exchange for them. In the end, Lu Feng could only look and sigh softly. There was nothing he could do. It seems that when I have time, I need to get some godly items and refine some elixirs. In the past, Lu Feng could refine 5th grade elixirs, and now that he had become a pinnacle heavenly master, he could even try to refine 8th grade elixirs. Of course, this was just an attempt. This was because 8th grade elixirs represented pinnacle legendary elixirs, which were extremely useful even for pinnacle Hunyuan golden immortals. Even immortal kings could use these elixirs. During the time that he had been here, Lu Feng also understood some things. Although this was a space left behind from the original immortal devil era, there were many alchemists here. Unfortunately, there were many alchemists here, and the number of elixirs needed to be consumed was even greater. Moreover, the people here were more dependent on elixirs, so the value of elixirs here was even more terrifying. If he could really refine a pinnacle legendary level pill, then Lu Feng's identity would undergo an earth-shaking change. No matter where he went, he would probably be the guest of honor of various emperor-level or even emperor-level powers. Thinking of this, Lu Feng decided to give it a try when he had the time. He had now studied almost all of the 6 pill sutras thoroughly. In addition to the strange characteristics of the primitive immortal power in his body, it could be said that in terms of refining elixirs, Lu Feng was not weaker than anyone else. Finally, he stopped looking at the things around him. Lu Feng cast his gaze not far away at the magnificent group of giant buildings. Lin Langtun. In front of him, the group of buildings that occupied almost a third of the entire Yellow Spring City was the base of the Yellow Spring Continent's #1 clan and the only dominant sect, Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian was not completely a sect. It was formed by the combination of 3 great families. Therefore, in terms of form, Lin Langtian was not completely a sect. Which sect doesn't build in an immortal mountain or sacred ground? I'm afraid only Lin Langtian is built in a city. This was the difference between a sect and a family. Family forces paid more attention to the prosperity of the surrounding environment because there were many ordinary people or people with poor talent in the family, so they usually lived in the city. But a sect was different. In a sect, there was no such thing as family affection. Therefore, sects were placed in famous mountains and great rivers, in places with good feng shui. The location itself was incomparably dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to enter. Lu Feng was also aware of this situation, so when he saw Lin Longtian's luxurious building, he was not very surprised. Lu Feng smiled faintly and continued walking towards Lin Langtian. It seemed that he was already very close. But when he really walked, there was still a long way to go. The surrounding buildings were already so terrifyingly tall. As the ruler of the Yellow Spring Continent, how could the symbol of Lin Longtian's own sect be worse than others? He could see it from afar only because Lin Langtian was too big. Although he could see it, it would still take a lot of time to truly arrive at Lin Longtian's base. At the last moment, Lu Feng did not want to waste any more time. In an instant, he used the mysteries of space. With a few steps, he crossed a great distance. When Lu Feng's last step landed, he had already arrived in front of a huge gate that seemed like it connected to the sky. Looking at the people coming and going through the gate, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. In his opinion, as the #1 sect in the Yellow Spring Continent, Lin Langtian shouldn't be so crowded with people, even if it wasn't very solemn. Of course, there was nothing wrong with having a lot of people. But these people were entering and exiting from the most dignified main gate. This was a bit wrong. Generally, the main gate of a sect is the most dignified place. It is used to show the sect's prestige. Even if there are many people in the sect and they need to constantly enter and exit, they will not go back and forth through the main gate. They will only choose the side gates or back gates. But this Lin Langtian. Chapter 871. Lu Feng chuckled and shook his head. He walked directly to the middle of the main entrance. But just as Lu Feng was about to enter, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. Lu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 figures surrounding him from both sides. But before Lu Feng could say anything, the 2 figures spoke first. "Young master, may I know which faction you are from? This must be your first time in our Lin Langtian." At first, Lu Feng saw so many people coming in and out without being stopped, but he was stopped on his first try. This made him a little impatient. But now that he heard this, Lu Feng's indignation slightly disappeared. Although he didn't know how they did it, it was obvious that they didn't stop him for no reason. Lu Feng nodded slightly. "This is indeed my first time in Lin Langtian. Of course, I'm not the young master of any aristocratic family, nor do I belong to any sect. If you want to count, then I'm considered a rogue cultivator." When they heard Lu Feng say that he was a rogue cultivator, their expressions remained the same from beginning to end. There was no change in their expressions. Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded inwardly. Lu Feng's impression of Lin Langtian, where Lin Yu resided, changed slightly at this moment because of the large number of people who had entered. "Young master, you're here to participate in the competition, right? Since you're here to participate, please come here to register. We'll arrange a competition for you as soon as possible." A rogue cultivator who came to Lin Langtian alone at such a time must be here to participate in the competition. although they knew that such a person would probably be eliminated at the start of the competition. But because of the request of the elders, they naturally had to treat it strictly. But after hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. This time, I didn't come here for a competition. I'm here to find someone. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two disciples of Lin Lang Tian were stunned. They looked at Lu Feng, waiting for him to continue. I don't know if you have someone called Lin Yu here. He's a friend of mine who came here a few years ago. If it was just an ordinary person, Lu Feng would never ask this question. After all, Lin Lang Tian was such a huge faction. How could these two random disciples know about a random person? But Lin Yu was different. He was an emperor-level monster. After receiving the inheritance and continuous integration, he was definitely a peak emperor-level monster. There was no reason why these people didn't know about such an existence. Therefore, he asked this question. In the next moment, when Lu Feng saw the expressions on their faces, he knew that they probably knew about it as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. After a moment, one of them looked to Lu Feng with a complicated expression. You know Second Young Master Lin? Second Young Master Lin. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng understood. If the second young Master Lin you're talking about is an emperor-level monster called Lin Yu who returned to the Lin family a few years ago, then I definitely know him. Hearing Lu Feng's words, these people knew that Lu Feng definitely knew second young Master Lin. At this moment, the complicated expression in his eyes became even more obvious. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng vaguely felt that something seemed to have happened to Lin Yu. In an instant, Lu Feng's expression became slightly gloomy. He looked at the two people, unconsciously exuding a dignified aura. What the hell is going on? Questioning Lin Lang Tian in such an aggressive manner in front of his house was obviously embarrassing. If it were any other time, the two of them would have already turned hostile and chased Lu Feng away. But at this moment, because of Lin Yu and Lu Feng's dignified aura, their souls were suppressed. So, the two people actually told him everything honestly. After hearing everything, Lu Feng's expression was still. However, the two people could clearly see a flash of coldness on Lu Feng's face. Good, very good. In that case, don't blame me this time. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He sighed softly. I'm going to sign up for this year's grand competition. Help me register. Also, get someone to inform Lin Yu that I'm Lu Fenglai. After saying this, Lu Feng walked directly to the side of the giant door. That was the registration area for the grand competition. When they heard Lu Feng's words, the two people were slightly stunned. However, they didn't resist and actually did as Lu Feng said. Soon, one person followed Lu Fenglai to the registration area for the grand competition. When the person at the registration area saw Lu Feng, he didn't hesitate. He immediately took out a crystal stone and asked Lu Feng, Young Master, please state your name, age, sect, level, and talent level. After you complete the input, we will arrange the competition for you as soon as possible. The person at the registration area was in charge of another person. However, when they saw that Lu Feng was accompanied by a disciple of Lin Lang Tian, the person at the registration area became a lot more serious and polite. Lu Feng nodded gently and said directly, My name is Lu Feng. My current strength is at the peak of the immortal realm. I'm about 30 years old. As for my sect, I'm considered a rogue cultivator. Lu Feng was really over 30 years old now. When he fought the last battle in the foreign battlefield, he was almost 20 years old. Now that he was here, after spending 10 years in the sealed land and all the time he had spent, he was already 30 years old. However, when they heard Lu Feng's words, they were slightly stunned. After that, a strange expression that was mixed with shock appeared on their faces. 30 years old was considered very young in this grand competition. After all, the age requirement was below 100 years old. Lu Feng was only 30 years old. He really wasn't old. However, Lu Feng's level still shocked these people. He was actually a peak immortal. Such a level was simply too terrifying. Your talent. Taking a deep breath, these people forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts. They knew that if he could become a peak immortal at 30 years old, his talent must be heaven-defying. Moreover, Lu Feng was a rogue cultivator. For a rogue cultivator to reach such a level at 30 years old, no one would believe that his talent was trash. Lu Feng looked at these people and smiled slightly. He said, "As for my level, you can fill it in as you wish. This, it doesn't matter. This, it really didn't matter." That was because he represented the pinnacle of power since ancient times. This was the true limit, a terrifying level that no one could surpass. Even a monstrous emperor-level talent in these people's eyes was just so in Lu Feng's eyes. However, when these people heard this, they were all at a loss. What did he mean by fill it in as you wish? How could this be filled in as you wish? They looked at Lu Feng and really didn't know what to do. Lu Feng didn't want to say anything and just waited quietly. A few minutes later, the disciple who left before finally came back. This time he ran back. When he saw Lu Feng, there was a huge change in his attitude. If seeing Lu Feng before was a form of politeness, then now it was a form of humility. In his eyes, there was an indescribable look of admiration. Even when he spoke, he was slightly excited and very humble. "Young Master Lu, our sect master invites you." In an instant, everyone was slightly stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. What they heard was their sect master. It was their sect master. In the entire Lin Lang Tian, there were only 3 people who could be called sect master. They were the patriarchs of the 3 great families. Previously, the person Lu Feng wanted to see was Lin Yu, so they could only send a message to the Lin family. Therefore, this sect master must be the Lin family's sect master. The Lin family's sect master. That was Lin Lang Tian's sect master. It could be said that he was the most powerful person in the entire Lin Lang Tian. They didn't expect that such a noble existence, who could directly meet the immortal master of sacred ground, would actually meet a young man. This really shocked and frightened everyone. However, Lu Feng didn't feel anything strange about this. He just nodded gently, as if he felt that this was how it should be. "Lead the way." In the next moment, Lu Feng turned and left. Seeing Lu Feng's back, the disciples of Lin Lang Tian were incomparably silent. After a long time, the disciple who registered earlier seemed to have remembered something. He suddenly said, "His rank. What is it?" Until he left, Lu Feng didn't say his rank. The surrounding people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. However, soon, a disciple seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "This Lu Feng knows second young Master Lin. It seems that the 2 of them have a good relationship. Moreover, he can be summoned by sect Master Lin. Then it's impossible that he just knows second young Master Lin. He must be qualified enough for sect Master Lin to meet him. If that's the case, I'm afraid this Lu Feng is definitely an Emperor-level monster. He must be an Emperor-level monster." The limit of these people's guess was that he was an Emperor-level monster, because no matter how strong he was, they didn't dare to guess. They all seemed to think so in the next moment, they all chose to believe. In the end, above Lu Feng's rank, these people wrote the 2 words Emperor-level. Following this disciple all the way, Lu Feng gradually understood one thing. The commotion at the entrance was at most because of the competition. Otherwise, it was impossible to open the main door so casually. And this was the internal main road of Lin Lang Tian. There weren't many people who really walked back and forth here. Many people chose to pass through small paths. From this, it could be seen that Lin Lang Tian also attached great importance to the dignity of the sect. After passing through layers of restrictions and layers of verification, Lu Feng and the disciple finally arrived in front of a huge pavilion. He turned to look at Lu Feng and bowed slightly. "Young Master Lu, disciples like us don't have the status to enter the Acheron Pavilion. You can enter by yourself. The sect master is inside. If he's fine, the sect master will use his magic to contact you." After saying this, the disciple turned and left. Chapter 872. Lu Feng looked at the enormous Acheron Tower in front of him, his eyes flashing. This was the first time he saw the Acheron Tower. Previously, he was too far away and the tower was protected by layers of restrictions, so he could only see its shape. However, this time, Lu Feng passed through the restrictions and stood directly in front of the Acheron Tower. This is the Acheron Tower, right? It's really impressive. This Lin Langtian is really powerful. The Acheron Tower was a peak grade 11 artifact. Its existence was equivalent to a flowing time immortal venerable. Using such a powerful artifact as the base of sect was a kind of courage in itself. Lu Feng smiled and no longer paid attention to it. After all, although the Acheron Tower was powerful, it was inferior to many of the things he had seen. Moreover, the sky-piercing Futu in Lu Feng's mind space was the most terrifying artifact. That was an artifact that had surpassed the 13th grade and reached the unprecedented 14th grade. Compared to the sky-piercing Futu, other artifacts were nothing. Looking at the main gate that was hundreds of meters tall, Lu Feng didn't hesitate at all and stepped inside. At this moment, the feeling of heaven and earth changing came. When Lu Feng found that the scenery in front of him was stable, he had already arrived in a fairyland. Seeing all this, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Lu Feng had already expected this. After all, how could such a peak grade 11 artifact not have an internal space? Therefore, he was not surprised by what was happening in front of his eyes. However, when he saw this fairyland-like place, he was full of admiration. It's really, really beautiful, Lu Feng sighed. Beautiful, very beautiful. And it was gorgeous. Gorgeous and beautiful. These sceneries looked beautiful, but they were incomparably precious. This was because Lu Feng found that the things here were all divine artifacts. Some are even above grade 6. There was no doubt that this place full of beautiful scenery was simply an indescribable treasure trove. Don't you feel that a place like this is extremely beneficial for cultivation? The voice came from the void, but Lu Feng did not feel anything strange. His eyes were still fixed on this beautiful scenery. Lu Feng nodded gently when he heard this. These divine artifacts are all very strange. During the process of their growth, they can unconsciously emit a lot of strange power. This power is very beneficial for cultivation. Lu Feng could already tell that the existence of these divine objects was not planted for the sake of obtaining the divine objects themselves. Instead, it was for the strange power they emitted during the process of their growth. Therefore, if one cultivated here, there would definitely be extraordinary benefits. That voice was clearly a little startled when he heard Lu Feng directly reveal everything. In the next moment, he spoke again. You are indeed a true monstrous genius, to be able to see so much. I wonder if this kind of environment will attract you? If you're willing, we, Lin Langtian, can provide you with an environment that's 10 times or even 100 times better than here. He was already trying to recruit Luo Yinyang. Unfortunately, Lu Feng had no interest in this kind of recruitment. To be honest, if Lu Feng wanted to join any sect, the 3 Holy Lands would also beg him to join. Although Lin Langtian was the Overlord sect of the Yellow Springs continent, in Lu Feng's opinion, was just so. Compared to the 3 Holy Lands, they were really lacking. There was nothing about Lin Langtian that was worthy of Lu Feng's attention. Therefore, Lu Feng did not even consider it. He shook his head gently and rejected the offer. I'm sorry, Sect Master Lin. I have no intention of joining any sect for the time being. If I do, I will consider Lin Langtian first. After all, Lin Yu and I are friends. The last sentence was added by Lu Feng. Lu Feng said this to increase Lin Yu's importance in Lin Langtian. Hearing this, especially the last sentence, Sect Master Lin, who was hidden in the void, sighed softly. We didn't want Lin Yu's matter either. However, this is a matter between the younger generation. As seniors, how can we have the nerve to interfere? Lu Feng smiled lightly, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Embarrassed to interfere? A matter between the younger generation? Then, with his peak mid-level true immortal strength and monstrous emperor status, he challenged Lin Yu. A mid-level true immortal and monstrous emperor status. Is this fair? Is this not embarrassing? Lu Feng was not afraid at all. At this moment, he was really angry. On the way here, Lu Feng already knew about Lin Yu's current situation. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Yu still did not appear, Lu Feng felt that it was only natural. After all, Lin Yu was currently recuperating. He was severely injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. Hearing Lu Feng's roar, Sect Master Lin fell silent. After a long time, he said slowly, "This is a matter between the younger generation. We are really helpless. After all, Lin Yu is the future of our Lin family. If we could, how could we watch him be bullied by others?" Lu Feng fell silent as well. He knew that Sect Master Lin was right. The one who did this was someone from the Tian family. Although they belonged to Lin Lang Tian like the Lin family, they were still competitors with the Lin family. How could they be willing to watch a member of their Lin family be bullied by the Tian family? Yes, this is your helplessness. However, you can tolerate Lin Yu being treated like this. But I can't. So this time, I've signed up. I've signed up for this grand competition. At this point, Lu Feng's eyes flashed coldly. In the beginning, he didn't sign up because Lu Feng didn't have much interest in this kind of competition. However, it was different now. He wanted to let the monster from the Tian family have a taste of the torture he had given Lin Yu in the past. If he was in the same situation as Lin Yu, in terms of cultivation level and talent, if Lin Yu had provoked him first, Lu Feng would not have been able to do anything. After all, Lin Yu's skills were not as good as his, or he had asked for it. However, it was different now. All of this was because the monster from the Tian family had provoked him first. He had bullied the weak and injured Lin Yu. Under such circumstances, Lu Feng naturally had to do something. However, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Sect Master Lin's voice boomed from the void. Tian Hui is a true monstrous genius. Although his foundation isn't stable, and he was forced by the Tian family, monstrous geniuses are monstrous geniuses. They can fight across 7 levels. Moreover, he is a mid-level true immortal. While you're only a peak true immortal, there is no need to say anything else. Lu Feng already understood what he meant. Although they guessed that Lu Feng was an emperor-level monster, his opponent, the young master of the Tian family, Tian Hui, was also an emperor-level monster. In fact, in terms of realm, he was 2 levels higher than Lu Feng. The gap between them was simply too big. Lu Feng naturally understood what this meant, but at this moment, he only smiled, a cold smile. So what if he's a mid-level, true immortal? So what if he's an emperor-level monster? Among the younger generation, I, Lu Feng, have never been afraid of anyone and have never lost to anyone. Among the younger generation, I am an invincible existence. I have never been afraid of anyone and have never lost to anyone. He was merely an emperor-level monster. In my eyes and heart, such a monster is just SOSO. This was what Lu Feng meant. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng was so overbearing, since he said it, it meant that Lu Feng had enough confidence. The next moment, a voice came from the void. Well, if you can help Lin Yu take revenge, then this time, in addition to the Holy Land quota, I will also give you a peak 9th grade artifact. Lu Feng chuckled. He knew that Lin Lang Tian was rich and overbearing. A random reward was a peak 9th grade artifact. If it were other sects, they would not be willing to give it up no matter what. However, Lu Feng only smiled slightly. Now, at his peak, just by relying on his physical body, he was the existence of a peak 9th grade artifact. Although his power was not as good, with the existence of an immortal sect subsect, he did not need too much. However, since it was given, why would Lu Feng not want it? Therefore, Lu Feng opened his mouth and agreed. Then, thank you, Sect Master Lin. From the beginning to the end, Sect Master Lin did not appear. And when he and Lu Feng completed the transaction, he had already disappeared. However, Lu Feng also disappeared. He had already been teleported into a luxurious building by Grandmaster Lin's space swap. There, Lu Feng saw Lin Yu. At the moment, Lin Yu's condition was really bad, and he was still in a coma. Lu Feng knew that this was Lin Yu's state of self-protection. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally fell into a state of recovery. And this coma was to forcibly change Lin Yu's state, so that he must rest in peace. Not long after, Lu Feng left Lin Yu's room. But when he came out, he had already made up his mind. No one dares to easily hurt the friends of Lu Feng. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was clearly visible. Although Tian Hui was a mid-level, true, immortal emperor-level monster, under the full power of his power of power, logically speaking, he should be comparable to a first-level virtual king. But that was only in theory. Without the existence of the power of the autonomous realm, even if he was at his peak, he would still not be a match for a first-level virtual king. However, Lu Feng was different. He, Lu Feng, was an existence who could truly kill a third-level virtual king. If he wanted to suppress Tian Hui, it would be a piece of cake. Not long after he came out of the room, one of Lin Longtian's disciples appeared and arranged a room for Lu Feng. Before leaving, that person also gave Lu Feng a communication crystal. The crystal's existence was proof of Lu Feng's competition. As long as he waited for Lu Feng to compete, he would naturally be notified. But before that person left, he also told Lu Feng. Given Lu Feng's status and strength, there was no need for him to participate in the previous battle royale. When he was called, it would be time for the real grand competition to begin. Just like that, Lu Feng waited quietly in the room. When he had nothing to do, he would look at Lin Yu. The rest of the time, he was constantly consolidating. A month passed very quickly. When a month had passed, Lu Feng's communication crystal finally reacted. At that moment, Lu Feng knew that it was time for him to show up. When he saw the message sent by the communication crystal, Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Lu Feng got off the bed and walked out according to the instructions on the communication crystal. This time, the grand competition would be held in Lin Longtian's sect. It would not be held in Yellow Spring City, as Lu Feng had previously thought. Actually, Lu Feng was not very surprised by this. After all, he had been here for some time and had already understood a lot about the second universe. In the eyes of these people, the strong were the strong and the weak were just ants. If they were allowed to display their strength in front of these weak mortals, it would not be a kind of glory, but a kind of humiliation. Therefore, no matter what kind of competition it was, only true powerhouses could be seen. Chapter 873. As this was the biggest competition between geniuses in the history of Huangquan City, it was natural that ordinary people would not be allowed to watch it. The location indicated above was Lin Longtian's competition venue. This was the largest competition venue in the entire Huangquan City. It was also known as the toughest, most comprehensive, and the grandest competition venue. Therefore, this place was enough to host any battle between the younger generation. According to Lu Feng's original plan, there shouldn't be too many people here. After all, the majority of ordinary people and the weak were restricted, so the number of people here would be much smaller. However, when Lu Feng really arrived, he realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. The entire competition venue was very big, and there were a lot of people. Lu Fenglai arrived at a relatively small venue. Although it was relatively small, there was already a sea of people around the arena. At that moment, Lu Feng sighed slightly. He had once again witnessed the terrifying strength of Universe 2's lineup. Looking at the expert in Lin Longtian's uniform, standing in the arena, Lu Feng knew that he should be the referee sent by Lin Longtian this time. Apart from him, there was another person in the arena. Lu Feng could sense that this was also a monstrous genius. At the very least, he was a monstrous genius at the King realm. Lu Feng could see his realm at a glance. He was at the immortal realm. Moreover, he was a high-level immortal. A high-level King realm immortal was indeed very powerful and worthy of pride. Therefore, at this moment, although the existence was standing there quietly, its eyes were filled with an arrogant aura. Obviously, Lu Feng could already see a hint of impatience in his eyes. Indeed, a monstrous King realm talent was considered pretty good in this place. They were all geniuses in their own sections. However, such an existence had to wait for an unknown opponent for a long time. It was no wonder that he felt indignant. Lu Feng chuckled and walked up to the arena with a single step. Lu Feng's appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. They all focused their gazes, hoping to see who that monster's opponent was this time. At this time, those who are able to enter the 10,000 people are absolute monsters. They are even the top experts among the monsters. Those who only have talent, but no strength will not be able to enter. According to the information, this Lu Feng seems to be a rogue cultivator. For a rogue cultivator to be able to come here, it was already very good. I wonder if the Mongolian side can defeat him. Meng Yufeng was the genius who had arrived earlier and was waiting for Lu Feng. Lu Feng listened to the discussions below the stage and learned some specific information about this monster. A monster at the peak of King's stage? It's still very good. However, it's clear that he concealed his strength when he registered. Meng Yufeng, who was being discussed by the audience, only had the strength of a mid-stage immortal. However, Lu Feng could feel that he was at the peak of a high-level immortal. Moreover, he was at the peak of a high-level immortal. Although such a realm couldn't be compared to Lu Feng's, it was still very good to be honest. In the original universe, an evildoer at the king level would be the Emperor of Slaughter, said Luo Feng. A peak high-level god, the Emperor of Massacre, was enough to cause an uproar in the entire universe. However, it's a pity that this is the second universe. It seems that this kind of strength is really nothing. Lu Feng sighed softly, and there was a slight helplessness in his eyes. After countless eras of inheritance, the second universe had never been cut off. Although it was not as big as the original universe in terms of area, the number of monsters and geniuses born here was incomparable to the original universe. When Lu Feng also stood on the stage, the Mongolian side on the opposite side had already impatiently opened his mouth. All right, since you're here, we can begin now. Lu Feng's information was already very clear, but looking at the appearance of his opponent, it seemed that he did not care at all. However, it was true. Lu Feng's information showed that he was a pinnacle immortal. However, his level was hidden in the information. Although he was one level higher than the Mongolian side in front of him, he had already reached the peak of the high-level immortal realm. Strictly speaking, there was not much difference between his level and Lu Feng's. In addition, he was a real monster, a king stage monster. His battles had always been challenging those of a higher level, so the Mongolian side really did not care that his level was only a little higher. Upon hearing his words, Lu Feng chuckled and nodded. His attitude had always been very amiable. At this time, the referee of Lin Lang Tian looked around and announced the start of the competition. The moment the referee finished speaking, the Mongolian side had already made a move. It was a powerful move. With a punch, it caused the world to shake. Although he looked down on Lu Feng, when it came to the real competition, he showed his strength and did not mean to underestimate his opponent. Seeing this, Lu Feng also nodded slightly. He knew that if he wanted to survive in a world full of strong people, then he could not underestimate anyone. Obviously, the Mongolian side also knew this. Therefore, when he made a move, he completely went all out and did not hold back at all. Finally, the punch arrived in front of Lu Feng. Such a blow was even enough to be called the strongest killing blow below the true immortal realm. Countless people made a sound of horror. They did not expect that the Mongolian side's attack would be the most terrifying blow. However, before their exclamation stopped, an even more shocking exclamation sounded. That was an exclamation that really resounded through the sky. How is this possible? I saw it wrong. I must have seen it wrong. They had seen wrongly. Everyone thought, or was certain that they had seen wrongly, because the scene they saw was too horrifying and it made them tremble. This punch absolutely did not hold back at all, and there was no bluff. It was completely a powerful killing blow of a peak, true immortal realm. However, the result made them collapse and unable to believe it. In the face of such a blow, Lu Feng did it very simply, because he did not do anything at all. Lu Feng actually used his own body to resist the terrifying killing blow of a peak, true immortal realm expert. The Mongolian side was stunned, the referee was stunned, and the people below the stage were stunned. However, Lu Feng was still smiling, chuckling, and smiling faintly, as if he did not care at all. "You can leave now. Even if I let you attack, you can't hurt me." If the World Combat Constitution, the Final Combat Constitution, and the Great Star Demon Body were supported at the same time, then Lu Feng's existence, his physical body, was the most overbearing physical body, one of the most extreme physical bodies under the Divine King's physical body domain. It was so powerful that it could even shatter a peak 9th grade weapon. Now, this was a killing blow of a peak, true immortal realm expert. How could it shake Lu Feng in the slightest? Hearing Lu Feng's words, no one could refute it, because these people really did not think that Lu Feng was arrogant. At this moment, just relying on his physical body, he did not even move to let the opponent hit him, but the opponent still could not hurt him in the slightest. Then, was there any meaning in continuing to fight? These people could imagine how shocking it would be if such a powerful physical body blasted out a blow. It would make people tremble. Therefore, these people thought that the Mongolian side should leave now. However, obviously, as a monstrous genius, as a monstrous king realm expert, if he left because of someone's words, then his glory would really be gone. In this second universe, these people valued their own glory the most. Therefore, this time, although he knew that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination, the Mongolian side still clenched his teeth and attacked again. Turbulence, endless turbulence. He had already used all his power, all the trump cards he could use. He stirred up the void, making the sky and earth tremble unceasingly. It even showed a fragmented feeling of doomsday. In the surrounding arenas, those people temporarily stopped fighting and focused all their attention on the arena. These people really could not imagine what kind of battle would actually cause such a degree of turbulence. At the peak of his life, the Mongolian side was like a celestial being descending. Every step he took shocked the world and shattered the sky. This terrifying vision affected the hearts of countless people. What a powerful, monstrous genius. Among the monstrous king realm experts, he could be considered a peak existence. What a pity, what a pity. Unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. He was no longer someone he could contend against. Therefore, this time, the outcome had already been decided. Lu Feng was still smiling as he watched the world-shaking Mongolian side in the sky. In this kind of era, one could not show any mercy. Otherwise, one would have to face a tragic end. Lu Feng did not have such thoughts. Since you have already gone crazy, then I will defeat you at this moment. In that case, you will be able to leave in peace. Lu Feng slowly raised his arm and waved it gently. A moment later, it shattered. This strike was very simple and ordinary. However, the consequences of this strike were unimaginable. This light punch did not seem to contain any power. However, when it was unleashed, it shattered everything. Purified lead. This is a punch that has refined countless things. He's already given up on any anomalies. He's controlling all of his power to unleash a devastating strike. This is really hard to imagine. How can Lu Feng be so powerful? How can his cultivation base be so high? Purified lead was a kind of realm. However, this realm could only be comprehended by the absolute pinnacle experts. Even a monstrous genius should not be able to comprehend it while still in the immortal realm. After all, this kind of refinement required more than talent. It also required time and the accumulation of countless battles. Those who were able to achieve this had experienced hundreds of millions of battles of life and death. They had cultivated in the midst of death and depravity before they finally comprehended the true essence. However, Lu Feng's age was limited. He was only a monstrous genius. A monstrous genius under 100 years old. Could a monstrous genius under 100 years old achieve this? Countless people kept pondering. Their eyes were filled with endless turmoil. They found it hard to believe the scene in front of them. The shock brought about by such a strike was much, much greater than the shock brought about by Lu Feng's powerful physical body. It was very simple. It was over. Lu Feng's strike had completely suppressed his opponent. After flying for a long time, the referee saved Meng Yufeng. At this moment, Meng Yufeng had already fallen into a coma. Meng Yufeng was only unconscious and didn't die. Everyone knew that if Lu Feng wanted to kill him, then as long as he used a little bit more strength, it would be enough to make Meng Yufeng fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. After everything was done, Lu Feng acted as if he had done nothing. He just turned around and walked down the stage. When Lu Feng walked down, everyone unconsciously made way for him. In their eyes, Lu Feng was not just a young, monstrous genius. He represented strength. He represented a truly powerful and unparalleled realm. Chapter 874. This Lu Feng has the combat strength of a celestial immortal at the very least. Celestial immortal with the combat strength of a celestial immortal. I'm afraid he's an Emperor Realm monster. Wow. I really didn't know that there was such a powerful and terrifying individual among the rogue cultivators. Looks like it's not impossible for him to enter the top 100 and reach the top 10, or even the top 5. After all, his physical body is too extreme. If he was only an Emperor Realm monster, then Lu Feng was destined to be able to reach the top 100. Coupled with his control over all of this and his realm of cleansing, in everyone's opinion, Lu Feng definitely had the strength to reach the top 10. If one were to add on to the fact that he had displayed a physical body that even peak true immortals could not do anything about, then in the hearts of these people, Lu Feng might even have the possibility of making it to the top 5, which was also the possibility of making it to the top 5. I didn't expect this. We've only been here for a short time, and we've already seen a genius who has the potential to reach the top. This time, we didn't come in vain. Lu Feng could no longer hear the discussion of the people behind him. And even if he heard it, he didn't feel anything strange. After all, for Lu Feng, the so-called top 5 or top 10 meant nothing at all. Even if it was the Holy Land's quota that those monsters were scrambling for, Lu Feng didn't care about it all. For him, the so-called Holy Land didn't interest him at all because there was nothing in it that he cared about. From the beginning to the end, he only had one true goal. Lin Yu, this time, I'll avenge you. Of course, it's only limited to this time. I hope that in the future, you can really rise up and be able to defeat anyone you face. After all, in the future, the existence of that great calamity will require the participation of these two universes together. Lu Feng had seen Lin Yu's transformation with his own eyes. The kind of experience between life and death, the kind of madness and indomitable spirit, Lu Feng had also clearly seen it. It was because of Lin Yu's crazy willpower that he finally gained Lu Feng's approval. And in the future war, what they needed was a monster with the most resolute will. Therefore, this time, Lu Feng was willing to help Lin Yu. Soon, Lu Feng returned to his room and waited for the next battle to begin. In fact, Lu Feng also knew that in the official competition after the chaotic battle, which was the competition that he was currently participating in, there would be over 10,000 participants. Obviously, it would be impossible to complete a battle with over 10,000 people in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't know when his next battle would be. Two figures floated quietly in the void. They looked at Lu Feng's departing figure and sighed softly. The ultimate king is indeed incomparably powerful. Who would have thought that an immortal king realm genius wouldn't even be able to shatter his body? Cleansing, he actually cleansed himself of all the impurities. It's really hard to imagine that such a level of cultivation would blossom in the body of such a young existence. I can feel that the strength of his body has at least reached the level of an ordinary 9th-tier divine object. I'm afraid that this Lu Feng will enter the realm of immortal kings in the future with his physical body. An old existence said with a heavy sigh. However, when he heard this, the middle-aged existence beside him gently shook his head. Maybe not, or maybe he will. It's still too early to say these things. The old existence was slightly taken aback. He looked at the middle-aged existence beside him, somewhat puzzled. Don't tell me you've forgotten the fate of the ultimate king? The old existence was silent for a moment before nodding gently. That's true. The Ultimate King had always chosen to give up and stop breaking through when he reached the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. They traveled through countless eras and were reborn again and again. They slowly cultivated from the lowest level and dominated the younger generation of an era, but they never broke through. The middle-aged existence nodded gently. Yes, according to the standards of those eras in the past, I'm afraid that's also the case. But this time, I'm sure no one can be certain. First, that taboo existence appeared out of nowhere, followed by the Emperor's strong recovery. He went straight all the way and actually broke countless taboos. He truly became the eternal divine Emperor of the 33rd level. I'm afraid that if he uses all the accumulated strength of countless eras, he will truly break through the taboos and become as terrifying as that taboo existence. There must be some shocking changes in this era. Obviously, these Ultimate Kings have sensed it. I'm afraid they will break through one after another in this era. Of course, no one can be certain about all of this. Both of them sighed softly. They were the pinnacle of the sway, you immortal venerables. In the endless time and space, perhaps there were people who could compare to them, but only the three legends, the three great immortal masters who had already stepped into the realm of sway, you immortal venerables, the Emperor and that taboo existence, could defeat them. Apart from the five of them, no one else could defeat the two of them. However, at this moment, the two great existences were constantly sighing over the uncertainty of the future. After a long time, the middle-aged man finally said, "No matter what, we have to count on him this time. Otherwise, no one will be able to suppress the Tian family." I didn't expect Lin Yu's companion to be an Ultimate King. I just don't know if he is an immortal king, a divine king, a sage king, or a demon king. The middle-aged man was the first sect master of Lin Lang Tian, the Lin family's sect master Lin. Others might not understand the battle strength that Lu Feng had displayed, but how could he not know the complete realm of the Sway Yu immortal venerables? Lu Feng's performance just now was definitely not something that could be achieved by any monstrous Emperor-level talent. This was definitely beyond the limits of monstrous Emperor-level talent. And the existence that surpassed monstrous Emperor-level talent must be the Ultimate King. The two of them finally disappeared into the void. For them, this time's appearance was just to see Lu Feng's battle strength. They really didn't care about anything else. They didn't know if it was because they already knew everything, but Lu Feng's performance this time had indeed deeply shocked the two of them. Cultivate. Continue cultivating. Lu Feng quietly comprehended the true essence of his cultivation technique and integrated the real experience that he had gained over the years. Just like that, the peaceful days passed one by one. Finally, Lu Feng's battle began again. After reading the message in the communication crystal, Lu Feng gathered all his thoughts. To be honest, Lu Feng had already familiarized himself with everything that he could in the past few days. If he continued, it would be a waste of time. If possible, Lu Feng really wanted to find the Emperor-level freak called Tian Mu and fight him to his heart's content regardless of the consequences. However, it was a pity that Tian Hui hadn't appeared even once until now. The ones who appeared in this competition were all disciples of other sections. Lu Feng knew that as a monstrous Emperor-level talent and a mid-level true immortal, he really shouldn't appear in such an occasion. It seems that I still have to wait for a while. Lu Feng sighed softly and walked out of the room. This time, Lu Feng wasn't going to participate in the competition. Although it had been 2 days since the last competition, only more than half of the 5,000 matches had been completed. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon at the very least. The main reason why he appeared this time and prepared for battle was because his communication crystal had rung. This communication crystal belonged to him and wasn't given to him by Lin Lang Tian for the competition. So far, there were only 2 communication crystals that could contact Lu Feng. One piece was specially used for the competition, while the other piece was gifted out by Lu Feng. The one who controlled that piece was the Moonhowl Sect's people. This time, the content of his communication crystal was that the Moonhowl Sect hoped that Lu Feng could appear once walking on the road. Lu Feng's eyes were faintly glowing. In fact, Lu Feng already knew that the Moonhowl sect would contact him after participating in the first competition. He had already seen the intense competition in this place. Practically anyone who came here would have friction. Naturally, everyone from the Moonhowl sect was no exception. Of course, regarding them alarming him, Lu Feng didn't have anything to do with it. After all, he had nothing to do now. Moreover, he had also promised the Moonhowl sect's sect master previously. Very soon, Lu Feng walked out of Lin Longtian's door. In the previous battle, although some people already recognized Lu Feng's terror, those who had truly seen Lu Feng before were still very few, extremely few. Therefore, this time, no one recognized Lu Feng along the way. Very soon, Lu Fenglai reached the door. With a glance, he saw the Moonhowl sect elder who was waiting for him there. Seeing Lu Feng appear, that Moonhowl sect elder also heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Feng could clearly feel his gratitude. "Young Master Lu, you're here." This time, he directly addressed him as Young Master Lu and even used your honorifics. Lu Feng knew that the matter that the Moonhowl sect encountered this time was probably not simple. Lu Feng chuckled and nodded. "I've said it before. If you encounter a problem that you need me to solve, then feel free to look for me." Lu Feng's existence was that as long as he said it, then he would definitely fulfill it. However, after hearing this time, that elder fell silent. He looked at Lu Feng, not knowing what to do. After waiting for a moment, he finally let out a long sigh and said, "This time, we offended the younger generation of the Clear Sludge sect because of some small matter. If it's really inconvenient for you, then forget it. At most, we'll pay some price." The Clear Sludge sect was an Emperor-level sect. Although it wasn't ranked very high, an Emperor-level sect was still an Emperor-level sect. It was a sect with an immortal king overseeing it. Before the Moonhowl sect master really took the final step, they couldn't offend the Clear Sludge sect, no matter what. Hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly silent. He was silent, not because of the existence of the Clear Sludge sect, because to Lu Fenglai, the Clear Sludge sect really didn't mean anything. Not to mention the Clear Sludge sect, even if a powerful existence like a high immortal sect really angered Lu Feng, then Lu Feng wouldn't let them have an easy time. He was silent because he heard the elder's last words. If Lu Feng didn't help this time, then they were willing to pay the price to solve it. In fact, Lu Feng also understood that if his price was really so easy to accept, then these people probably wouldn't have come here to find him. This silence only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, Lu Feng smiled and gently shook his head. "I remember everything that I've said. Lead the way. It's just a Clear Sludge sect. I, Lu Feng, really don't care about it." Chapter 875. There was a sharp color in his eyes. It was just a not-so-powerful Emperor sect. In Lu Feng's eyes, it was really nothing. After all, he, Lu Feng, was also a divine king that could last for at least half an hour. Moreover, it was that kind of peak divine king, which was also an immortal king. He was really not afraid of anything. Seeing Lu Feng's resolute attitude, this Moonhowl sect elder did not say anything. After a deep bow, he led Lu Feng towards the distance. When the two people arrived, the confrontation had already reached a state of mutual hostility. It seemed that in the next moment, there would be a shocking collision. Looking at the people from both sides, Lu Feng's eyes were calm. In the next moment, his footsteps had already arrived between the two groups. Clearly, seeing Lu Feng's instant appearance, those Moonhowl sect and Clear Sludge sect disciples were slightly stunned. However, the two groups were completely different after a moment, because the Moonhowl sect's existence was a color of joy, while the Clear Sludge sect frowned slightly. The Moonhowl sect disciples who were standing here now were all the absolute peak core disciples of the sect. Back then, they all saw the scene of Lu Feng completing the shocking sacred miracle in the square. These people naturally understood that as long as Lu Feng took action, then these Clear Sludge sect disciples in front of them really were nothing. Clearly, those people from Clear Sludge sect saw the expression of the Moonhowl sect disciples. They naturally understood that this unknown existence was definitely the Moonhowl sect's reinforcements. In the next moment, a young existence walked out of Clear Sludge sect. He was incomparably powerful. His body flickered with intertwining truths. All this proved that he was a true immortal, and Lu Feng could feel that if this disciple was not an Emperor sect disciple, then at least a Peak King sect disciple. A true immortal Peak King sect disciple, or even an Emperor sect disciple. This was indeed enough to shock people. Looking at Lu Feng, that disciple frowned and said, "This is a matter between the Emperor sect Clear Sludge sect and Moonhowl sect. If there is no need, then don't appear." As he spoke, he specifically mentioned the Emperor Grade sect, the Clear Silt sect. This was undoubtedly telling Lu Feng that he shouldn't offend an Emperor-level sect just because of a King-level sect. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't seem to hear any of this. He only smiled and shook his head slowly. Isn't this a clash between young disciples? Why were they even talking about sex? Could it be that your Clear Sludge sect can only rely on your elders to suppress others? When Lu Feng said this, the Clear Silt sect could no longer treat this matter lightly. They knew that Lu Feng was definitely going to get involved in this matter. Hundreds of Clear Sludge sect's disciples looked at Lu Feng, their eyes filled with contemplation. They were wondering what kind of identity Lu Feng had. Lu Feng stood quietly at the same spot, looking at the dull metal in the hands of the Moonhowl sect's king-level monster. He nodded his head gently. Soul Crystal Iron, a high-grade, 9 divine item. His luck is really good to be able to buy it. The cause of the matter was very simple. It was because the king-level disciple had bought this piece of Soul Crystal Iron. Soul Crystal Iron was a high-grade 9 divine item, but its degree of preciousness was probably rarer than some peak grade 9 divine items in the entire second universe. The existence of this item was too rare. Generally, as long as it appeared, even an Emperor-grade faction would gather it. It was just that they didn't expect the Moonhowl sect to obtain it this time. What was even more unexpected was that not long after the Moonhowl sect's king-level monster bought it, the Clear Sludge sect also saw it. Naturally, they would never let go of such an item that even an Emperor-grade sect would be moved by. That was why the current confrontation had occurred. Hearing that Lu Feng had also seen through the origin of the Soul Crystal Iron, the Moonhowl sect's king-level disciple was silent for a moment. After a moment, he nodded his head gently. After a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, he looked at Lu Feng and suddenly opened his mouth. "If young Master Lu likes it, then I'll give it to young Master Lu." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. These people didn't expect that he would actually give such a precious item directly to Lu Feng. This was no longer a matter of courage. Those people from the Clear Sludge sect naturally understood that if it wasn't for Lu Feng's powerful identity or a reason worth doing so, then the Moonhowl sect's king-level disciple would definitely not do so. Therefore, Lu Feng's existence was definitely worth it for him to do so. Everyone was looking at Lu Feng, and the Moonhowl sect's king-level disciple seemed to have completely let go after making this decision. He understood that although the Soul Crystal Iron was precious, it was far too inferior compared to Lu Feng Lai. If he could rely on such a piece of Soul Crystal Iron to build a good relationship with Lu Feng, then it would be worth it no matter what. After smiling slightly, Lu Feng gently shook his head. I don't need it. This thing doesn't have much use for me." If the previous gift made people dumbfounded, then Lu Feng's rejection now made these people shocked. This was a divine item that even Emperor-level forces would be moved by, and he actually rejected it just like that. These people could see that Lu Feng's rejection was completely from the heart and not an act. Therefore, when hearing this, many existences were really shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Seemingly not seeing these people's expressions, Lu Feng chuckled. "This thing is indeed precious, but to me, it doesn't have much use. You guys can keep it yourselves." A high-grade 9 divine item, although it was a very precious kind. But to Lu Feng, it was no big deal, because the limit of his physical body was comparable to a peak grade 9 artifact. It was an artifact, not a divine item. Artifacts were all refined, and compared to divine items of the same grade, it was a level stronger. A metal that didn't even have the strength of his body. What use did this thing have for Lu Feng? Therefore, Lu Feng really wasn't very tempted. After saying this, a trace of complexity flashed across the eyes of the Moonhowl Sect's monarch-level disciple. Previously, when he gave this soul crystal iron away, he also had a lot of reluctance. But now when he heard Lu Feng's rejection, besides a trace of joy in his heart, there's also a kind of disappointment. He still remembered that before coming, his master, the Moonhowl Sect's Sectmaster, had once said that he wanted to befriend Lu Feng at all costs. But after coming, Lu Feng wasn't with him at all, so he didn't even have a chance to befriend him. And now, the best chance to befriend him was lost just like that, which made him really disappointed. But Lu Feng didn't see his disappointment at all, because at this moment, there were only those clear sludge sex existences in his eyes. I don't know if you were satisfied with my arrangement. This thing was obtained by the Moonhowl Sect in the first place. Is this still considered the behavior of an Emperor Sect's disciple? I think if you want some face, you should give up. Lu Feng's words were really a little harsh. But in the face of this, Lu Feng didn't care at all because he didn't care. The Clear Sludge Sect was powerful and had an immortal king, but unfortunately, this was no threat to Lu Feng. If their sect had a peak or terrifying flowing time immortal venerable, then perhaps Lu Feng would care a little, but unfortunately, they didn't. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't care at all. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the hundreds of Clear Sludge Sect's disciples' faces flashed with shame and indignation. The Peak King, or Emperor True Immortal Disciple at the front, was even more so. Originally, since Lu Feng had said so, and there were so many disciples around watching, they should really give up for the sake of the sect's prestige. Unfortunately, what was placed in front of them was soul crystal iron. It was something that even an Emperor's sect would be moved by. This really made them unable to give up. In the next moment, as if thinking of something, that disciple suddenly changed his expression and actually revealed a smile. We are not asking for it, we are buying it. We are willing to pay something of equal value to buy it. After all, this thing was bought by them. Since they can buy it, why can't we buy it? If they don't sell it, then they're looking down on our Clear Sludge Sect. They were buying it, not asking for it. This was different. However, those present weren't idiots. Who couldn't tell? He was buying it by force, which was even more hateful than directly snatching it. After all, if they snatched it, that would mean that they weren't strong enough, and that would at most be bullying the weak. And if they were to buy it by force, not only would they be bullying the weak, but they would also appear too hypocritical. However, this could also be considered as a method of wanting both face and things. After all, in this way, they were really buying it. Although this was very shameful, this was still a way to preserve the sect's face. After saying this, that freak directly looked at the Moonhowl Sect disciple holding the soul crystal iron, the threat in his eyes clearly visible. And this was also considered as his cleverness. Although he didn't know Lu Feng's method, seeing Lu Feng's firm attitude and seeing the Moonhowl Sect disciple's expression, he naturally understood one point. That was that Lu Feng's existence might not be very easy to offend. Since that was the case, then all the pressure would be transferred to others. That Moonhowl Sect's king-ranked disciple was hesitating. If this soul crystal iron was directly given to Lu Feng, then he wouldn't have anything. At most, he would just be a little reluctant. But if he sold it to Clear Sludge Sect's people, then he would really be unwilling and even lose face. Hesitation. Truly incomparable hesitation. And at this time, Lu Feng opened his mouth again. Forget it. There's no point in saying all those hypocritical things. You all go ahead. Now is the time of the tournament. And according to the rules of this world, since it's a matter of the younger generation, then the younger generation will settle it themselves. This time, I represent the Moonhowl Sect. No matter what method you all use, I'll take it, Lu Feng said indifferently, but his eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. And after hearing this, the Clear Sludge Sect's disciple's face was incomparably ugly. He looked at Lu Feng and said with difficulty, "This is young Master Lu, right?" Are you saying that you want to take this matter head on? Chapter 876. You really don't care about our clear sludge sex face at all and insist on forcefully shouldering it. Lu Feng chuckled lightly, but this smile was more a mockery. Until now, these people from Clear Sludge Sect actually still wanted to threaten him and even used their Clear Sludge Sect's name to scare him. It was really a pity. Putting aside that Lu Feng's strength was not afraid of some Clear Sludge Sect at all. Just his character and his monarch title would not accept any threats. Therefore, Lu Feng opened his mouth. Since when did the matters of the younger generation need to rely on the sect to resolve? Don't talk so much nonsense. If you want it, then defeat me. As long as you all defeat me, what's the harm in giving this soul crystal iron to you all directly? Lu Feng's words were said indifferently, but the dominance in it was clearly visible and unquestionable. Many existences looked at those Moonhowl sect disciples and discovered that they actually did not express anything at this moment, as if what Lu Feng said was what they wanted to say. At this point now, there was already no meaning in saying anything. At this moment, Clear Sludge Sect was also considered to be riding a tiger and unable to back down. If they did not fight, not only would they lose the soul crystal iron this time, what they would lose even more was the sect's image. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight. Without too much nonsense, Clear Sludge Sect's #1 disciple already released his most powerful power in an instant. In the next instant, he was about to unleash an earth-shattering power. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood. This Clear Sludge Sect disciple wasn't an Emperor-level freak, but a Peak King-level freak. But even so, that was already sufficiently powerful, a level stronger than that disciple Lu Feng fought against previously. His attack carried the momentum of heaven and earth, enveloping the entire area within his range. However, Lu Feng could feel that this disciple still had a lot of control. After all, this was where Lin Longtian's sect was located, the Yellow Springs Continent's #1 central city. No matter how powerful their Clear Sludge Sect was, it was also merely an Emperor-rank sect. It was not even that peak Emperor-rank sect. In this Yellow Springs Continent's only sect, in front of an Emperor-rank Overlord, Clear Sludge Sect was really nothing. Therefore, although he had the strength to completely envelop this place and even destroy it, he did not dare to make a move, because that would bring disaster to his own sect. Feeling this terrifying power, Lu Feng only smiled faintly, not the slightest bit shaken. Although this attack was very powerful, although his power was stronger than Meng Fong's, the power of this attack was clearly inferior to Meng Fong's attack. Since the Mongolian side's attack couldn't shake Lu Feng in the slightest, he naturally couldn't either. Therefore, Lu Feng only watched, allowing this terrifying killing intent to descend, and actually did not do anything to obstruct it. This scene clearly stunned countless people. However, just as they thought that Lu Feng was about to be severely injured or even annihilated, a beam of brilliance suddenly appeared in the void. The moment this brilliance appeared, it completely annihilated his attack. Apart from Lu Feng, everyone else was stunned when they saw this. They did not understand how such a brilliance could appear and annihilate everything. Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the void, a playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He could feel that this brilliance was emitted from the Acheron Pavilion. Obviously, this was an expert of Lin Longtian's making a move. Sure enough, in the next moment, a clear voice rang out in the void. In Acheron City, stop the war by force. These simple words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They knew that this was definitely an expert of Lin Longtian's making a move. Silence, endless silence. After a moment, these people gently exhaled. They looked at the calm Lu Feng, their eyes filled with countless strange expressions. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was still chuckling. In that case, let's meet in the grand competition. I remember the rules of this grand competition seem to be that if two sides have a grudge, they can apply for a direct confrontation. In fact, it was not just this grand competition, but all the other grand competitions were like this. in order to give those with grudges a fair platform for a decisive battle. In the grand competition, such a rule would appear. After all, the appearance of this grand competition was also hoped to see a lively scene. And clearly, when two archenemies met, a heated battle would absolutely be incomparably exciting and even shocking. Hearing Lu Feng's words, that disciple fell silent slightly, an indescribable light flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he finally nodded his head. In that case, let's do this. My name is Hua Guang, Clear Sludge Sex Hua Guang. Tomorrow, the second round of the grand competition will be carried out. Then between us, let's settle everything up there. After saying this, Hua Guang directly turned around and walked into the many disciples, disappearing on the spot very quickly. Until their figures completely disappeared, the many Moonhowl sect disciples finally relaxed slightly. The elder who informed Lu Feng previously came to Lu Feng's side, full of gratitude. Many thanks, young Master Lu. Lu Feng chuckled and shook his head. This small matter was nothing to him. After all, it was he, Lu Feng, who made the promise first. It's all right, just a small matter, a small matter. This was indeed a small matter to Lu Feng. But to the many existences in the Moonhowl sect, this was a really big matter. They knew that this was Lu Feng shouldering everything by himself. He wanted to solve all the difficulties for their Moonhowl sect. This was really a huge help to them. So after Lu Feng said it, these people were still endlessly grateful. Finally, after saying a lot, Lu Feng finally returned to Lin Lang Tian's sect. There were many people who came, all living in Lin Lang Tian, such as those monstrous geniuses from other continents. Of course, there were also some powerful royal sect disciples who lived here. But for a rogue cultivator like Lu Feng to live here, it was really too rare. Regarding this, Lu Feng naturally knew. So when the people living in Lin Lang Tian contacted him, he never appeared. After all, Lu Feng really didn't like to interact with these people. A day's time passed quickly. Now Lu Feng was really bored. He had already condensed everything, and there was basically nothing that he needed to comprehend and condense by himself. Just nice, I have time to study the contents of the pill scripture and try to refine some pills. Let's see if I can really refine a grade 8 pinnacle legendary level pill like I thought. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart was slightly burning. If he could refine a grade 8 pill, then he would gain countless benefits. At least he could collect those god items without restraint. One must know that these things weren't or were extremely rare in the original universe. The more he gained, then when he returned, he would give more to the people around him, and those people would be more powerful. This was Lu Feng's idea. Since he had thought of this, Lu Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He left the room and walked out. Now he still had some advanced pills. In this place, the value of an advanced pill wasn't inferior to a grade 5 god item, and a pinnacle advanced pill wasn't inferior to any grade 6 god item. If Lu Feng wanted to, he could take out tens of thousands of advanced pills and exchange them for enough materials to improve his alchemy skills. Grade 8 god items are ultimately not grade 9 god items. Such things can still be obtained through cultivation. So compared to grade 9 god items, their value is too much. I only need tens of thousands of grade 6 pills to exchange for enough grade 8 god items for me to refine. In this second universe, grade 8 god items could be obtained through cultivation. Although it was a little troublesome, as long as it could be obtained through cultivation, it wasn't considered too precious. However, grade 9 god items were different. This was because even the trashiest grade 9 god item was born from heaven and earth, and it was an item that was nurtured by a true god. A grade 9 god item couldn't be obtained through cultivation. Therefore, the value of a grade 9 god item was much higher than that of a grade 8 god item. As he walked on the street and looked at the many god items, Lu Feng's thoughts didn't stop. What he needed wasn't a special grade 8 god item, but rather some more ordinary grade 8 god items that could be used to refine large amounts of pills. It would be best if the value of these god items wasn't too high. That way, he would be able to squander them wantonly. Finally, after walking one round, Lu Feng finally found a few god items that he needed. The process of the exchange made Lu Feng very happy. The exchange ratio, he knew, was according to what Lin Yu told him. However, when he actually came here to exchange, he realized that Lin Yu had been wrong. Actually, it couldn't be said that he had been wrong. What Lin Yu had said was the publicly recognized exchange ratio, but the real situation was different. In this second universe, the cultivation of god items was convenient, but the refining of pills was extremely troublesome. Many people had god items, but they couldn't exchange them for pills. Therefore, the real exchange ratio was actually a little higher. This obviously benefited Lu Feng a lot. According to Lu Feng's estimation, the things he had exchanged this time were at least 30% more than the standard. Although he didn't care about this, who wouldn't be happy if they could get more? By the time he returned to his room again, it was already very late. Lu Feng had also received a notice that his competition would start very early the next day. However, Lu Feng didn't care about this competition at all. It could even be said that he didn't care. Therefore, he didn't rest at all to replenish his energy. Therefore, for the entire night, Lu Feng was immersed in his understanding of the medicinal properties of his own medicinal pill. Chapter 877. If an 8th grade divine object wanted to refine a legendary peak medicinal pill, he needed to understand the medicinal properties. Otherwise, it was easy to make mistakes. And before refining, he also needed to draw the pill in a single recipe. But fortunately, there were a lot of pill recipes recorded in the pill scripture, so Lu Feng didn't need to deliberately pursue anything at all. After a night, he was finally familiar with it. Just when Lu Feng was about to try refining for the first time, his communication crystal finally rang. Seeing the above content, Lu Feng sighed softly, got up instantly, and walked outside. What it said was that the major competition was about to begin, and Lu Feng was going to fight Guang Hua's old enemy this time, so he was arranged at the very beginning, which could be said to be the main event. So, he needed to go there early. Pushing open the door, Lu Feng already knew the way, so he didn't need to rely on any guidance. So Lu Feng's speed this time was much faster than the first time. When he arrived at the square, there was still a sea of people here. At this time, Lu Feng opened the communication crystal and contacted Lin Longtian's people. If he just wanted to carry out a general major competition, then the crystal would give instructions and arrange everything in advance. But now it was different because he was fighting an old enemy, so the location of the battle would be arranged separately. And the person who arranged it was Lin Longtian's people. After receiving Lu Feng's message, a disciple of Lin Langtian came to Lu Feng's side. He didn't say much, but after respectfully saluting, he led Lu Feng forward. Passing through the sea of people, Lu Feng finally came in front of a large ring. The existence of this ring was more than 10 times larger than the one Lu Feng fought in before. Although this was still not one of the largest rings, but really speaking, this was already one of the top few rings. Lu Feng didn't expect that he would be arranged here. Seeing Lu Feng's slight confusion, a powerhouse of Lin Langtian came over. Lu Feng, right? This time, the competition will be held here. Lu Feng nodded gently. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, the elder chuckled and asked, "You didn't expect to fight in an arena that isn't open to the public, right?" Lu Feng chuckled and didn't say anything. He just nodded again. Initially, this ring was only used when the top 100 geniuses appeared, but it's different this time. Because of your confrontation with Guang Hua, it attracted a lot of attention. That's why it was temporarily arranged here. Although you're a loose cultivator, you're an emperor-level freak. That's enough. As for Guang Hua, although he's only a peak king realm freak, his cultivation base has reached the realm of a high-level true immortal. In addition, he has the clear silt sect behind him, so he's qualified to use this place. Since both of you have such qualifications, in addition to the approval of the elders, then naturally, this place will be opened, Lu Feng suddenly understood. It turned out that in this competition, one had to distinguish one's status. Obviously, Lu Feng's status and identity were enough. When he registered, he didn't fill in his own rank. Instead, he asked the disciples to fill in their own names. After that, he found out that he was an Emperor-level freak. Although there were many Emperor-level freaks gathered here, Emperor-level freaks were really the most precious existences of an Emperor-level sect. Therefore, although Lu Feng filled in his name as a loose cultivator, his status as an Emperor-level freak was enough to enjoy all the treatment. Alright, you should also get ready. The competition will begin soon. This time, there are quite a lot of people paying attention. I hope you can win. After saying that, the elder turned and disappeared from Lu Feng's sight. Lu Feng was an Emperor-level freak. Of course, he showed that he was an Emperor-level freak. His cultivation was only at the peak of the immortal realm. However, his opponent was an apex demon-level genius king. His cultivation had already reached the level of a high-level true immortal. It could be said that if they really collided, Lu Feng wouldn't be a match for Guanghua in the eyes of these people. Of course, not everyone thought this way. Many people who had seen Lu Feng's first battle naturally understood how terrifying Lu Feng was. If this Lu Feng is really the Lu Feng we saw before, then this battle won't have any suspense, some people sighed softly. They had all seen Lu Feng's real battle and naturally understood how powerful Lu Feng was. Although this Guanghua was very powerful, compared to Meng Yufeng, it was only one realm higher. One must know that Lu Feng's strength when facing Meng Yufeng wasn't something that could be compensated by one realm higher. Even Meng Yufeng couldn't make Lu Feng use the slightest bit of his strength. He couldn't even hurt his body. I'm afraid this Guanghua won't be much stronger. I wonder if he can break through Lu Feng's body and injure him. This was what those people were thinking. Of course, there were very few people who thought this way. In most people's hearts, Lu Feng was bound to lose this time. Finally, the appointed time arrived. Lu Feng walked up to the arena. In the distance, Guanghua also walked up step by step. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn and filled with a kind of killing intent. Previously, he had already sent people to inquire about Lu Feng. It was a pity that all the information he had gathered was based on the records. After all, this was Yellow Spring City, Lin Longtian's territory. Their Clear Silt sect didn't have any information system here. The previous battle between Lu Feng and Meng Yufeng was a very ordinary one, so he didn't get any information at all. Soon, the two of them were face to face. At this moment, Guanghua smiled. It was a sarcastic smile. Lu Feng, I know you must be confident to dare to stand up. The reality is that you are an Emperor realm monster. Although you are a rogue cultivator, if you choose to join a sect, even Lin Langtian will think highly of you. However, this can't be the reason why you are so arrogant. Right now, you're still only at the peak of the immortal realm. Compared to me, a high-level true immortal, you are 3 levels lower. Even if you are an Emperor realm monster, you still can't beat me. He, Guanghua, was a Peking realm monster. To surpass 3 levels to defeat him, one had to be at least an Emperor realm monster, or even one of those heaven-defying existences among the Emperor realm monsters. However, Lu Feng obviously wasn't. He was only an Emperor realm monster, so Guanghua had already determined that Lu Feng was no match for him. Therefore, when he saw Lu Feng, Guanghua had even thought of how to humiliate Lu Feng properly, to take revenge on Lu Feng for his arrogance and interference in the Moonhouse sect's affairs. Lu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the brilliance in this state. Why are there so many people who aren't afraid of death now? Lu Feng really didn't understand where his confidence came from. Naturally, only a few people understood Lu Feng's words. The others stared blankly at Lu Feng. In their hearts, they were all stunned by Lu Feng's words. That's right, why were there so many people seeking death now? Lu Feng was the most obvious one in their eyes. A faint brilliance appeared in Guanghua's eyes. This was the existence of power that would only overflow when he unleashed his full combat strength. Clearly, he was really angry now. Because of Lu Feng, he was thoroughly enraged. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. Emperor Realm Monster, although I can't kill you, and I can't kill you, I'll let you suffer enough torture. I don't think anyone will say anything about me. Emperor Realm Monsters couldn't be killed, couldn't be killed. After all, Emperor Realm monsters were absolutely treasure-like existences in the entire universe. The three Holy Lands had an ancient covenant. They would not pay attention to existences below Emperor Realm monsters, but for monsters above Emperor Realm, they had to strictly protect them. Of course, this protection also came with conditions. For those monsters who were not afraid of death, the three Holy Lands did not care. Moreover, this ancient covenant was mainly aimed at those sections. It was to prevent those sects from casually taking action. Hearing his words, Lu Feng sighed softly. He had originally planned to directly refine pills, but at this time, he was disturbed. This naturally made Lu Feng have no good attitude. Looking at the other side, who had already raised his aura to the limit and was emitting bursts of sinister laughter, Lu Feng finally moved. He moved. He really moved. Before anyone could react, Lu Feng had already disappeared. This speed made some shocking almighty existences suck in a breath of cold air. Because among them, many peak sky immortals and even golden immortals did not see any trace of Lu Feng. Such speed could no longer be described with the word shocking. Lu Feng disappeared and reappeared in the next moment, giving people the feeling that he had not moved at all. However, the change in Lu Feng's position at this moment made people know that he had really left and made a move. Looking at Lu Feng, who suddenly appeared beside him, a trace of horror flashed in Guanghua's eyes. In the next moment, he made a move, wanting to use his strongest attack to directly suppress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, Lu Feng's attack had already appeared. It was a simple strike, but it had shattered everything. It directly shattered all the power around Guanghua, completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. In the end, Lu Feng's fist still hit his body. At this moment, the surrounding people were once again stunned. Unlike those people before, these people who were present now were all witnessing Lu Feng's strength for the first time. They witnessed the most powerful attack that had washed away all the impurities. They really could no longer describe the shock in their hearts. Check, 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 check for me. What exactly is this Lu Feng? Impossible. He definitely can't be from the younger generation under 100 years old. I want to see what kind of existence actually sneaked into this place and did such a thing. Many gold immortals began to stir. They roared crazily, wanted to find out Lu Feng's identity, because they did not believe that Lu Feng was from the younger generation. Washed away all the impurities. This is definitely washing away all the impurities. In fact, this Lu Feng's level of comprehension in this aspect is even higher than many golden immortals. How could he enter such a realm? This is impossible. No one in the younger generation should be able to do it. Countless roars and shock shook the entire sky. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Feng, because Lu Feng had already disappeared. After his victory, he had already left the place and left. The scene was in an uproar. At this moment, these people were really crazy. This battle was very simple, really simple, but the degree of shock was indescribable. From the beginning to the end, it was completely one-sided. This was the same as what everyone had thought before. However, this one-sided person was the opposite of what they had thought just now. Lu Feng's attack was simply earth-shattering and earth-shattering, shaking the world. Just as everyone was planning to watch a humiliating battle, just as they were concentrating, everything was already over. Everything happened with just a single punch. Chapter 878. This Lu Feng is at least a pinnacle emperor-level freak. What is his identity? Could he be a world-shaking freak from another continent? That shouldn't be the case. As emperor-level freaks, why would they care about a spot? Could it be? At that moment, there were waves of exchanges of deities in the void space. They all seemed to have thought of something, and their hidden bodies all revealed a playful expression. I'm afraid this emperor-level freak is coming for him. It wasn't easy for an emperor-level freak to appear in Lin Langtian. He originally wanted to use his victory over many geniuses and freaks to completely stabilize his level. But who would have thought that he would attract such a heaven-defying Emperor-level freak? But fortunately, this Lu Feng's true level seems to be only a pinnacle immortal, which is 2 levels lower than Tianhui. This way, there's still enough possibility of a fight between them. I just don't know what this Lu Feng's background is. It's really going to be interesting. This time, it's destined to be a clash between emperors. A clash between emperors. This was really a clash between emperors. Everyone knew that Lin Longtian's Tianhui had relied on Lin Longtian's endless bestowments to become an emperor-level freak. Of course, his own hard work was also indispensable, but he had relied on external forces to become an emperor-level freak. However, an emperor-level freak was an emperor-level freak. Even a pinnacle king-level freak couldn't compare with an emperor-level freak. After all, an emperor-level freak was in existence who had comprehended 2 types of true essence of origin. So, the clash between these 2 emperor-level freaks was really going to be like this. It caused a sensation, but Lu Feng didn't seem to know anything. After returning from the square, he was immersed in his own refinement. Previously, Lu Feng had already entered a state where he could refine pills at any time. But because of the disturbance caused by this battle, he now needed to recultivate his state. A pinnacle grade 8 legendary pill, he said. It's troublesome to refine pills. Without a good state, there's no way to refine them. In the original universe, a pinnacle grade 8 legendary elixir was already the pinnacle elixir known to all. And if one wanted to refine it, then apart from the 3 great alchemy Saint Masters, there was no one else who could do it. Therefore, if Lu Feng could successfully refine it this time, he would become the 4th alchemy Saint Master in the original universe. Such a title was indeed shocking, causing people's hearts to sway. Calmly stabilizing his mind, Lu Feng was completely immersed in the refining process. Not long after, Lu Feng finally returned to the state he was in this morning. Lu Feng's eyes flickered as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's right, it's here now. Countless runes appeared in his hands. These were hand seals that were needed to refine pills. They could condense the drifting power in the space and turn it into a needed power. Thus, the structure of these divine objects could be changed, turning them into the type that he needed. In front of him, the 3 grade 8 divine objects were suspended in the air. In an instant, Lu Feng started to extract the essence of these grade 8 divine objects. This step was the refinement of the pill. For Lu Feng, this was not a difficult task. After all, the pill refined from grade 8 divine objects was only equivalent to a grade 7 elixir. However, in terms of effect, there was almost no difference. It cannot even be compared to a grade 6 elixir. After all, this was just a pill. Soon, the pill was successfully refined. Looking at the pill that had taken shape, Lu Feng's lips curled into an eye-catching radiance. At this moment, Lu Feng understood that the speed at which he was refining pills had not decreased at all. Previously, his refining speed had been dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others because of the primitive immortal power. Now, when he refined this grade 8 pill again, he realized that his refining speed had not decreased at all. This made Lu Feng very happy. When he saw that the 3 divine objects had already started to fuse according to his wishes, Lu Feng knew that this was the most crucial moment. Lu Feng gently exhaled. His expression became incomparably solemn at this moment. Finally, another 3 divine objects appeared out of thin air. When refining an elixir, the fusion of 10 divine objects would definitely result in the most astonishing elixir. Unfortunately, he was not confident that he could succeed in refining even a single grade 8 elixir. Therefore, Lu Feng would not be so foolish as to challenge the limit of 10. This time, Lu Feng chose 3 types. He chose not the 2 simplest types, but the 3 slightly more difficult types. His mind power materialized and started to outline an extremely complicated array in the void. Meanwhile, Lu Feng continued to form hand seals, allowing the essence of the divine objects to fuse temporarily according to his wishes. Actually, the array in the void was an elixir recipe. An elixir recipe was not really the ratio of the ingredients needed to refine it. After reaching the pinnacle of a grade 8 legendary elixir, the so-called ratio of the ingredients was just a joke. If it was really that easy to succeed, then relying on science and technology would be enough. Why would an alchemist be needed? The elixir recipe was the existence of the array. By relying on the layout of the array, the essence of the fused divine objects was continuously injected into it, and the fusion process would start. After the final shape was set, it would truly be a complete grade 8 elixir. Lu Feng frowned slightly when he sensed the continuous output of mind power. He could sense how terrifying the amount of mind power output was and how terrifying the array's absorption of mind power was. Lu Feng knew that if it had been any other divine master, or even a demon, they would not have been able to withstand it. Even though he had Shun Yuan's consciousness, he still felt a kind of hardship. This was undoubtedly terrifying. A pinnacle grade 8 legendary elixir is indeed not that easy to refine. He exhaled gently and focused all his mind power once again. Although this absorption was powerful, it was still far from Lu Feng's limit. Therefore, Lu Feng did not care at all. Soon, Lu Feng finally completed all the smelting. At this time, it was really the final moment. Cautious, nervous, and even a little crazy. The final condensation process was the most difficult process. It could also be said that it was the most exhausting process. Basically, the total amount of mind power and concentration required for the entire process was far less than what was required for the final step. Lu Feng's heart was already beating violently. At this moment, there was no need to be cautious. What he had to do was go crazy. Go crazy for this final step. Success or failure depended on this moment. In the next moment, Lu Feng finally began the most violent output of mind power. According to the method of final mind power output recorded in the pill scripture, Lu Feng began the final fusion process. Time continued to pass. 10%, 15%, 20%. Feeling the fusion of the divine objects and the array, Lu Feng's heart beat even more violently. Although the fusion speed was very slow, as long as he could see hope, Lu Feng was very happy. Finally, 80% of the fusion was completed. However, just as it was about to enter 90%, the array collapsed. Looking at the essence of the divine objects in front of him and the faint aura of the array in the void, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. As expected, I still failed. This is the first time I've actually failed since I started concocting pills. In the past, when Lu Feng refined elixirs, his success rate was almost 100%. Any obstacles that made it difficult for him to succeed did not seem to be obstacles. They could not stop Lu Feng's success. Now he had failed. This was his first real failure. However, this failure did not seem to affect Lu Feng much. At this moment, Lu Feng was only slightly disappointed before completely recovering. After calculating the time, Lu Feng realized that almost half a day had passed. He did not waste any time to adjust. Lu Feng only needed to wait for a moment before he could completely recover the mind power he had lost in Shun Yuan's sea of consciousness. Therefore, Lu Feng was only silent for a moment before he completely recovered. A few minutes later, Lu Feng took out a grade 8 divine object again and started the process of trying again. This time, Lu Feng did not rashly challenge the grade 8 elixir created by the fusion of 3 divine objects. What he chose were the 2 simplest methods. After taking out 2 divine objects, the refinement of the pill was completed in a very short time. Then, Lu Feng started to carve the array formation again. Perhaps it was because he had already done it once, or perhaps it was because he had chosen the elixir created by the fusion of 2 divine objects this time. So the carving process was much faster. After using half the time it took to complete these steps, Lu Feng completed all the preparation work. His mind power was released crazily once again as he started to condense the array formation. This time, Lu Feng completed it very smoothly. Finally, everything was completed once again. At this moment, Lu Feng was no longer as nervous as before. After calming himself down, he once again began the final process of breaking through. Just like before, Lu Feng completed the first 80% of the fusion very easily. Finally, Lu Feng started to break through to the 9th level of fusion. This time, Lu Feng succeeded. He finally completed the fusion of 90% fusion. However, just as Lu Feng was feeling happy, he failed again when he completed the fusion of 90% and moved towards 95%. This time, it was the same as before. The array formation collapsed at the last moment. Lu Feng was not in a hurry to try a third time because he had already discovered some secrets. Therefore, before he figured out the crux of the matter, he did not intend to continue trying. Lu Feng sat quietly by the side of the bed. His brows were tightly knitted and relaxed at times. Finally, after waiting for half a day, he finally understood the crux of the matter. Actually, it's very simple. It's just that I thought too much. Lu Feng sighed softly. Since he understood everything, Lu Feng also knew that it was completely impossible for him to become a divine master alchemy master while he was still a divine master. The pill formula that bears the key to the fusion, which is the existence of the array formation, is actually very crucial. Every time I failed, it was because of this. This was not because my mind power was insufficient, nor was it because I was not careful enough. It was also not because my foundation was not solid enough. Everything was because the quality of my mind power was too low. Although the quantity of his mind power was large enough, the quality of his mind power was still too low. Therefore, even if it was a perfect array formation, which was a pill formula, the tolerance of this pill formula was extremely limited. It was simply unable to bear the impact brought about by the fusion of the divine objects. Therefore, he failed. He failed miserably. Lu Feng sighed softly. There was a helpless expression on his face. This was not because he really could not do it. It was only because his current level was too low. If he were to become a sacred master level existence, then this peak 8th grade medicinal pill would be incomparably smooth for him to refine. At that time, I should be able to successfully condense a grade 8 pill with 10 divine objects. Chapter 879. After figuring this out, Lu Feng didn't waste any more time. Lu Feng collected the remaining divine objects and threw the discarded divine object essences into his personal space. Then, he slowly stood up. In terms of time, it should be about time. Now let's go to the square and take a look. Thinking of this, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He walked out of the door and went straight to the square. Previously, there were tens of thousands of people competing. Yesterday, there were only 5,000 people competing. Therefore, in terms of time, the competition this time was shorter than the first time. However, the time was not shortened by a lot. After all, those who could enter the second round were all true elites and extremely powerful existences. The collisions between them were bound to be more intense. Therefore, the time taken would be longer. When Lu Fenglai arrived, the competition had already entered the second half. In this second universe, there was a difference between day and night. However, for warriors, there was no difference between day and night. Moreover, they would fight for years or even decades. If it wasn't a very intense life and death conflict, then they wouldn't be tired at all. Moreover, they were just watching. Therefore, many people didn't leave after coming here for the first time. By the time Lu Feng arrived, the battle had already reached its climax. Many monstrous geniuses took to the stage one after another. The collisions that were stirred up in the square were simply shocking, causing people to sway continuously. Lu Feng's arrival was a quiet victory. However, when people saw him, it still caused a sensation. This was an emperor, a young emperor. His strength could only be matched by existences of the same level. Although Lu Feng only showed the cultivation of a peak immortal, no one dared to underestimate Lu Feng. Meng Yufang and Guang Hua's strength weren't bad. They were both monstrous experts of the King Realm. As for Guang Hua, he was even a true immortal expert. This was already a heaven-defying achievement before the age of 100. However, in front of Lu Feng, who was only a peak immortal, such a powerful being couldn't even fight back. He was completely suppressed in an instant. It could be said that Lu Feng had attracted the attention of many existences not only because he was an emperor-level monster, but also because of his strength. This must be Lu Feng, an extremely terrifying existence. I'm afraid his ultimate strength is already comparable to any celestial immortal. He might even be at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Those below the golden immortal realm won't be able to fight against him. This was what many people were thinking. Of course, in their minds, Lu Feng was at most invincible below the gold immortal realm. Because these people understood that if they did not refine the power of the world, they would not be qualified to fight against a real golden immortal. The existence of world force was the most fundamental difference. In the face of the strange gazes from the surrounding people, Lu Feng remained indifferent. He only quietly walked towards the largest arena. Lu Feng knew that this largest arena should be the most important competition. When he competed previously, this largest arena wasn't opened at all. But now, countless existences gathered around it. It could be seen that this arena finally opened after he left. Looking at Lu Feng's back view, the discussion became louder. But hearing their discussion, some Moonhowl sect disciples sneered disdainfully. World Force. Lu Feng definitely had the World Force. Moreover, it was the most terrifying World Force. He didn't need a boost at all because he had already refined the world into his body. Such a terrifying degree. He was definitely the only one since ancient times. Want a challenge, young Master Lu? It's simply a joke. Even Lin Longtian's Emperor-level disciple can't be young Master Lu's opponent. This was a point that many existences firmly believed, incomparably firmly. Because the power that Lu Feng displayed made them convinced, even worshipped. Passing through the bustling crowd, Lu Feng finally arrived in front of the largest arena. Looking at the crisscrossing mottled patterns on it, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. Two very powerful monsters. Both of them are Emperor-level monsters. Moreover, they're the most powerful peak Emperor-level monsters. Seems like if they're given a little more time, they will comprehend the second supreme power. It's not impossible for them to become Emperor-level monsters. Such two monsters in the original universe were definitely the most important existences in a race. But here, he actually encountered them so casually. Taking out the communication crystal, looking at the introduction on it, the strangeness in Lu Feng's eyes became more obvious. One of them was a disciple of the Emperor Heaven sect, a high-level true immortal. As for his realm, it should be what Lu Feng had imagined, which was that he belonged to the peak Emperor-level disciples. It could be said that he was considered the most likely member of the younger generation to challenge the Federation. After all, the Federation was only a mid-level true immortal, and he was a high-level true immortal. There's only a small gap between them, and in terms of aptitude, there was not much of a difference. Therefore, these people all thought that this monster was qualified to challenge the Federation. Of course, what surprised Lu Feng was not this monster. Although he was very powerful, on the same level as Huang Di, such an existence was nothing in Lu Feng's eyes. What really caught Lu Feng's attention was the other monster. He was also a high-level true immortal, and he was also recognized by others as a monster who could challenge the Federation. Of course, this was nothing, but his identity made Lu Feng slightly interested. Because this person was actually a disciple of an upper immortal sect, Lu Feng knew a lot about upper immortal sections. Of course, he had a deep impression of them, but it was a pity that none of these impressions were good. Basically, they were all negative impressions. A disciple of an upper immortal sect? I would like to see how strong your younger generation is. Relying on the sacrifice of others to obtain the power of the sacrifice and smelting it into one's own power. Such a method was really shameful, and it made Lu Feng feel disdain. But it was a pity that this was the cultivation method of upper immortal sections. Besides, Lu Feng, did not have a right to say anything. In this space left behind by the immortal devil era, strength is the most important thing. Only the peak strength is the way to go. As long as you have the strength, everything will have to give way to you. Everything, everything. Even those laws and rules would have to give way to you. Raising his head, Lu Feng saw that the two of them had reached the most intense level, and his heart started to tremble slightly. The existence of the Emperor Heaven sect was one of the top 3 sects in the entire Yellow Springs mainland, and there were countless experts in the sect. As for the Upper Immortal sect, it was ranked 5th, although there was a difference of 2 sects. But strictly speaking, these 2 great sects were actually not much different from each other. Apart from the first-ranked Yellow Springs sect, the 2nd to the 5th are actually about the same in terms of strength. It's possible for any one of them to become the 2nd strongest sect. The Yellow Springs sect was one of the oldest sects in the Yellow Springs mainland. In the past, it was also the sect that ruled the Yellow Springs mainland. Unfortunately, after the fall of their only perfection stage, Immortal Venerable, Time Immortal Venerable, and the rise of Lin Langtian, they were finally replaced and became the number 1 Emperor sect. But even so, after experiencing the baptism and accumulation of several eras, no one could say for sure how terrifying the Yellow Springs sect was. Therefore, although the competition between the various sects in the Yellow Springs mainland was very intense, none of them dared to challenge the Yellow Springs sect's position. These 2 monsters actually represent the younger generation of the Emperor Heaven sect and the Upper Immortal sect. In other words, they're the backbone of the 2 sects in the future. Therefore, the intensity of the competition this time is really not bad. Even Lu Feng said that it was not bad, which proved that the competition was really intense. And in reality, it was indeed so. At this moment, the 2 of them had already activated all their strength and entered the peak of their strength. Lu Feng could feel that the 2 supreme powers, which were also the origin source laws, were constantly fluctuating, intertwining, and wantonly shining brilliantly. All of them had raised their combat strength to the limit, reaching the peak of the sky immortal realm. No wonder these people think that these 2 existences are the ones who can challenge Tianhui. That is indeed the case. Just like Tianhui, they belong to the invincible force below the golden immortal realm. If they meet, they might be able to put up a fight. Lu Feng could feel that the supreme power used by the disciples of the Emperor Heaven sect was a power that imitated the heavenly Tao. Although it seemed fierce, an imitation was still an imitation. The real power was equivalent to an ordinary supreme power. This reminded Lu Feng of the past when he saw the glory and splendor of Featheryu. The power of 6 paths that he used, strictly speaking, was the lesser power of 6 paths. It was a supreme power that belonged to the former master of 6 paths and was also an imitation of the real power of 6 paths. Although it had reached the level of supreme power, there was a limit to its power. As for the disciples of the Upper Immortal sect, what they used was a supreme power like the power of sacrifice. Seeing that the 2 of them were evenly matched, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. He could already see the final result. The disciples of the Upper Immortal sect have won this battle. Although he didn't like the existence of the Upper Immortal sect, Lu Feng couldn't help but admit that although the 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched, the winner this time would definitely be the disciples of the Upper Immortal sect. This was because one of them used the power of the heavenly Tao, while the other used the power of sacrifice. When the power of sacrifice was strong, it was comparable to a peak supreme power. When it was ordinary, it was just an ordinary supreme power. This was a very special essence of power. It could be said that if the disciples of the Upper Immortal sect really went all out and chose to sacrifice themselves, they wouldn't be bestowed any power. However, they would be able to raise their power of sacrifice from the initial supreme power to the peak supreme power. Originally, they were evenly matched. When a type of supreme power suddenly became a peak supreme power, there was no need to say much about the situation. Everything seemed to be going according to Lu Feng's plan. The 2 of them, who were originally fighting fiercely and couldn't decide the winner, finally stood in two different places in the sky after another round of confrontation. The two of them seemed to have realized that if this endless battle continued, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. They really couldn't decide the winner, which would cause the next round to be unable to proceed. They didn't come here for the 5 spots. After all, although the spots of the Holy Lands were precious, their sects had 1 or 2 spots. Obviously, as the top disciples of their sects, these spots would definitely belong to them. Therefore, they really didn't care about the spots of the Holy Lands. However, although they didn't care, what they cared about was fame. This time, it was a public confrontation between the younger generation. As people who had been hidden in secret for so long, they naturally wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and obtain great fame. However, if the situation continued like this, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter the final round. This was naturally intolerable. Therefore, they had already decided to use the final clash to decide the outcome of the battle. The disciples of the Emperor Heaven's sect sublimated all their power, causing a hazy sky to descend in the void. It was dazzling and made people feel relaxed and happy. However, these people all understood that this extremely beautiful sky was actually the sky of death. Once it descended, all existences would be completely crushed into powder. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng thought of his own green firmament. The sky displayed by the disciples of the Emperor Heaven sect was stronger than his green firmament now. However, it wasn't certain in the future, because the green firmament that Lu Feng comprehended had only reached the level of heaven. It was still 1 level away from the peak of heaven. Looking at the sky displayed by the disciples of the Emperor Heaven sect, the true essence within had undoubtedly reached the level of heaven. Therefore, the current green firmament wasn't a match for it, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't be in the future. Chapter 880. The disciple of the Imperial Heavenly Sect who used the Imperial Heavenly Sect was undoubtedly very powerful. Many people also thought highly of his existence. Compared to him, the disciple of the Upper Immortal Sect on the other side was obviously weaker. Indeed, he had the same thoughts as Lu Feng. He chose to sacrifice and use the power of endless sacrifice to raise his supreme power to the peak of supreme power. In a trance, Lu Feng felt that time and space had begun to stagnate slightly. Under the extreme stimulation of the power of these two people, although they were still unable to surpass the restriction and challenge the golden immortal realm. However, the level of power had temporarily reached the level of a golden immortal. This was, without a doubt, extremely shocking. Imperial heavenly world suppression. Sacrifice eternity. These simple words came out from the mouths of the two people. At this moment, the world shook, the era collapsed, and the void shattered. In an instant, Lu Feng felt that Lin Lang Tian had a supreme expert take action to seal the arena to prevent the power from leaking out. Finally, the collision occurred. It was as if the entire world had been shattered. Lu Feng could clearly feel the aura of the destruction of the era. Monster, they're indeed monsters. Although those powerhouses can unleash even more power than this, the degree of amazement is incomparable no matter what. After all, only monsters are the pride of the era. Their existence can be recognized by the era to produce such an incomparably dazzling display. Their power was inferior, but the degree of brilliance was incomparable to those experts. The arena seemed to be completely shattered and annihilated. Countless people used their divine abilities, wanting to see everything inside clearly. Lu Feng was the same. Looking at the center of the annihilation and the incomparably tragic collision, Lu Feng sighed softly. Then, he turned around and walked towards the other arena. Because everything was as he had expected. The ending had already appeared. Looking at the only existence standing in the arena, everyone was slightly stunned, as if they had not expected such an outcome. However, the reality was as such. No matter how unwilling they were to believe it, the outcome was as such. The disciple of the Upper Immortal Sect could only rely on his own physical strength to stand on the arena. At this moment, he could not even move. However, he was still the one standing. His opponent had been defeated, completely defeated. The Imperial Heavens sect was shattered, completely shattered by the power of the eternal sacrifice. The disciples of the Imperial Heavens sect had already fainted from the collision. Soon, an existence named Lin Langtian walked into the void and announced the final result, ending this shocking battle. Lu Feng had already expected this outcome, so he didn't react strangely. However, just as Lu Feng was about to leave the arena, he heard a voice. Not bad at all. However, they're dreaming if they want to challenge Senior Brother Tian with just this. When these people see Senior Brother Tian's strength, I'm afraid they won't say anything else. What do you mean he can challenge Senior Martial Brother Tian? What a joke, a complete joke. Lu Feng turned around and saw the two people who spoke. The two of them were wearing Lin Longtian's clothes. However, there were some slight differences in Lin Longtian's clothes. Lu Feng could faintly see the word heaven on the two of them. This meant that they were disciples of the Tian family, one of the three great families of Lin Langtian. Lu Feng chuckled and glanced at them again. However, this time, the two of them noticed him. They were slightly stunned when they saw Lu Feng. After a while, they sneered. What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Looking at the two of them, Lu Feng knew that the two of them hadn't seen his battle yesterday. They probably didn't know who he was. However, Lu Feng didn't care about this at all. He looked at the two of them and revealed a strange smile. I think you're wondering how powerful this Senior Brother Tian you've been talking about is. When they heard Lu Feng mention Tian Hui, the two of them revealed a trace of pride. Of course, you will know how terrifying our Senior Martial Brother Tian is during the 50-man finals. Oh right, when the time comes, you can place all your bets on Senior Brother Tian. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money. There were also bets outside of the competition, and it was clear that many people liked this method. However, when he heard this, Lu Feng revealed a strange expression. To be honest, he was really poor now. After all, Lu Feng couldn't casually sell those pills. Therefore, he urgently needed to find the source of some divine items. Otherwise, how could they support his alchemy consumption? Without a doubt, this was a very good method. Bets. These are the bets. Lu Feng was confident that he would be the final winner this time. Therefore, the outcome was obvious. Why not participate in a sure-win situation? Looking at their arrogant expressions, Lu Feng didn't reveal any other emotions, which was rare. He was still smiling. He even looked at the two of them and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I thank you here." When they heard Lu Feng's words, the two of them remained the same. They gently waved their hands and said, "It's okay." As I said, as long as you believe in Senior Martial Brother Tian and bet everything on him, you will definitely be able to earn a lot of divine items. Lu Feng smiled, nodded, and turned to leave. This time, the place he went to was the center of the bet. Along the way, Lu Feng had a playful smile on his face. From the two of them, Lu Feng vaguely guessed some things. I didn't expect that Tian Hui would also comprehend the power of the world. I really didn't expect that a monstrous existence like him, who was forcibly raised to the Emperor realm, could also comprehend the power of the world in the true immortal realm. Lu Feng firmly believed this point, because he understood that if it wasn't for the existence of the power of the world, how could the two of them be so sure that Tian Hui would win? After all, whether it was the disciples of the Imperial Heavenly Sect or the Upper Immortal Sect, they had all shown that they were invincible below the golden immortal realm. In order to firmly suppress them, the only way was to have the power of a golden immortal. Not bad at all, to be able to completely suppress you at such time. When the time comes, you will definitely be even more miserable. Suppressed at the most glorious moment, then the future would definitely be an incomparably tragic moment. This was the end, the truth. Lu Feng naturally thought of this. Therefore, a happy smile appeared in his eyes. The place of the bet was in the middle of this square. At this moment, there were countless people gathered here. There were two lists of bets on it. The first was the list of the bets of each match. It also belonged to the bets of each match. The other was the list of the final bets. On it, there were only 10 names quietly listed. Behind them, the odds of the bets were clearly written. The number 1 was naturally Lin Longtian's Tian Hui. His odds were 1. In other words, those who bet on Tian Hui's victory would only receive double the reward. Lu Feng had also thought of this point. After all, this was held by Lin Lang Tian, and he had paid such a high price. If they weren't confident that they would win, why would they do this? Moreover, Tian Hui was a true monstrous Emperor Realm talent, with a mid-level true immortal realm cultivation base. This was enough for him to dominate the younger generation. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was number 1 and the odds were very low. The number 2 was a disciple from the number 1 Emperor Realm sect of the Yellow Springs continent, the Yellow Springs sect. Lu Feng wasn't very interested in him. After all, he was only an Emperor Realm existence, the king of massacre. Lu Feng really didn't have much interest in him. From number 2 to number 7, these 6 people were almost all the same. They were all high-level true immortals and were peak Emperor Realm disciples. Among them, the disciple from the High Immortal sect and the disciple from the Emperor Heaven sect were among them. On the list, the High Immortal sect disciple was only number 5 and the odds were 7. The Emperor Heaven sect disciple was number 4 and the odds were 5. However, the result this time was clearly out of everyone's expectations. Those who had bet on the Emperor Heaven sect previously were probably going to be disappointed this time. From number 2 to number 7, all of them had almost the same strength. Clearly, these people were invincible below the golden immortal realm. They indeed had the strength to challenge Tian Hui. Apart from these, Lu Feng was extremely familiar with the number 8. That was because this person was none other than him, Lu Feng. With yesterday's battle, Lu Feng had successfully entered the sights of everyone. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation base was too low and he was only a peak immortal, he would most likely be number 2 or even number 1 this time. Looking at the odds, Lu Feng was truly speechless. The odd for the 7th place Emperor Realm monster from the other continent was 20. But when it came to Lu Feng, it was 50. This was even higher than the odds for the previous people added together. This undoubtedly proved 1 point. Although Lu Feng had the possibility to challenge for number 1, he was definitely not a match for anyone. However, Lu Feng had also thought of this point. Who asked him to not be that ridiculously strong? Looking at the odds of 50, Lu Feng revealed a strange smile. He was really smiling with incomparable joy. I was still fretting about how to get my hands on divine items in the future. This way, everything will be solved. Countless times the odds. He now had more than 1 million level 5 and level 6 pills. Once he won, he would be able to obtain 50 million pills. This amount was even more than what he had obtained in Gufang Star. It was shocking. Once I succeed, I will be the richest person in the world. Chapter 881. Lu Feng chuckled. With 1 step, he was already in front of the betting table. The person who was constantly copying on the crystal didn't even look at Lu Feng. He asked directly, "What's the bet? How much is the bet? Say it yourself." As he spoke, he lowered his head and took out another crystal. Lu Feng chuckled. "I'm betting that Lu Feng will be the final winner. And the bet is 1 million grade, 5 in grade, 6 pills." Hearing Lu Feng's words, that person nodded subconsciously and began to copy the skill. However, just as he was about to complete the inscription, he suddenly stopped. What appeared in his eyes was a shocking light that shocked the entire world. He looked at Lu Feng and asked in disbelief, You really want to bet that Lu Feng will be the final winner? And the bet is 1 million grade, 5 in grade, 6 pills?" Lu Feng was still smiling and nodding steadily. At this moment, the person was completely stunned. Then he quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master. The bet is too big. I'll ask our elder to come over." After saying this, the person left and ran toward the back. Lu Feng knew that he was definitely going to find an elder who could make the decision. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense that this elder was definitely a golden immortal, or even a great overarching golden immortal. A great overarching golden immortal. This was a peerless virtual king. In the original universe, he was a great existence like an ancestor. But here, he actually had to participate in this kind of bet. This really made Lu Feng speechless. Looking at Lu Feng, the elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "I was wondering who had such great courage." "So it's you, young Master Lu." This elder naturally knew Lu Feng. He had also seen Lu Feng's competition yesterday, and that competition had caused his soul to tremble. As a terrifying expert at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, he could naturally feel that Lu Feng's limit was far beyond this. Such an emperor-level genius was definitely among the top in the endless space-time. Therefore, he had a very deep impression of Lu Feng. It could even be said that it was incomparably deep. Therefore, he recognized Lu Feng the moment he saw him this time. Hearing his words, Lu Feng naturally knew that this person knew him. He didn't have much of an expression on his face. He still had that calm smile on his face. "Can I place my own bets?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, the elder also smiled. "Of course not." As you can see, even Lin Longtian's Sky Splendor bet on his own victory. However, unlike you, he didn't spend much. He merely expressed his attitude. "I didn't expect young Master Lu to be so confident that he would place such a huge bet. This style was indeed shocking. If it was Sky Splendor who placed such a heavy bet, then he definitely wouldn't accept it. After all, if it really succeeded, then the compensation would be too great. Although they could afford it, they would lose a lot. Without a doubt, this was extremely inconsistent with their concept. However, when this person was Lu Feng, this golden immortal didn't have so many concerns. In his opinion, Lu Feng placed such a heavy bet only because he saw that he was ranked 8th and the odds were as high as 50. This made him angry and impulsively placed such a heavy bet. This was a business that came knocking on his door. Lu Feng smiled when he heard that Luo Yunyang was willing to accept. Then, he took out millions of elixirs from his personal space. In an instant, these pills were like a long river, constantly piling up in the open space in front of him. Countless existences revealed a look of shock when they saw these pills, although these were all 5th and 6th grade pills. However, this number was simply too terrifying. A medicinal pill worth 1 million. Some of the people here were able to possess such wealth. However, when they saw the millions of pills, they couldn't help but be shocked. It could even be said that they were shocked. As if sensing the strange expressions of the people around him, the great golden immortal quickly waved his arm and directly put away all the pills. "In that case, I'll accept it. But then again, there's no need for that. Young Master Lu, in fact, I didn't set your odds so high because I looked down on you. On the contrary, you're the only one below the true immortal realm who can enter the list of 10. It's just that your current realm is too low. That's why." Of course, they didn't want to offend an existence like Lu Feng, because these people all understood that the future would definitely be the world of monsters like Lu Feng. Therefore, after getting a bargain, even if he was a golden immortal, he still explained to Lu Feng and said such words. Naturally, when he heard this, Lu Feng just smiled and waved his arm slightly. He didn't care at all. "Since you've already accepted it, then give me a certificate." Hearing Lu Feng's words and seeing Lu Feng's confident face, the golden immortal was slightly stunned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, when he thought of Tian Hui's existence that had already stepped into that realm, he instantly expelled all the uneasiness in his mind. He knew that Tian Hui's strength was far from what these people could compare to. It was imaginable. That was a level that none of these people could ever cross. Therefore, this time, Tian Hui must be the ruler of the world and suppress everything. The hesitation was only for a moment. In the next moment, he copied Lu Feng's certificate and handed it to Lu Feng. Holding in his hand and looking at this simple copy, Lu Feng's eyes bloomed with a true smile. For these people, Lu Feng wasn't worried about going back on his word because their credibility was very high. although he would need 50 million level 5 and 6 medicinal pills as compensation this time. These medicinal pills were still within the range of what they could afford. Therefore, when Lu Feng received this rubbing, it proved that he was about to earn a shocking amount of money. Then, "Thank you very much." After a truly happy smile, Lu Feng turned around and left. Looking at Lu Feng's back, a strange light appeared in the eyes of the Golden Immortal, and he frowned slightly. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Hearing the voice of the person beside him, the Golden Immortal was silent for a moment. After a moment, he nodded gently. "Really, something is wrong. Something is very wrong. This Lu Feng is too calm. He doesn't look like those who are impulsive and spend a lot of money just to gain fame. Moreover, I can feel that he is really happy. He is not pretending to be like this." Hearing this, the man was slightly stunned, and a cautious light appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he is really confident? But it shouldn't be. It definitely shouldn't be. Even if he is the peak Emperor-level monster, once he meets Tian Hui, he shouldn't be able to win. After all, Tian Hui is an expert who has comprehended the true essence of the Golden Immortal. The true essence of the Golden Immortal was the power of the world. Because the power of the world was the symbol of the Golden Immortal level, the power of the world was also known as the true essence of the Golden Immortal. That's true. Logically speaking, even if this Lu Feng is heaven-defying, he shouldn't have comprehended the true essence of the Golden Immortal. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Or this Lu Feng's acting skills are really so terrifying that he can even deceive us? The two of them were silent. They really didn't know what the possible outcome was. In the next moment, the man seemed to have thought of something and looked at the Golden Immortal. "Have you found out the identity of this Lu Feng?" After a moment of silence, the Golden Immortal shook his head. "We really haven't. His identity is really too mysterious. There is no origin at all. It's as if he just appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, we have tried our best to ask the forces on other continents. This Lu Feng shouldn't be a monster born in the other Emperor-level sections. You should know what this means." The man was silent. After a moment, he took a deep breath. Could it be that he actually came from those 3 places? Those 3 places. Only those 3 places could nurture such a heaven-defying monster. The 3 places they were talking about were the 3 Holy Lands. I think it is very likely that he is a monster from the 3 Holy Lands. You should still remember that every time a descendant of the 3 Holy Lands enters the 14 continents, it will inevitably cause a change in heaven and earth. Given Lu Feng's monstrous strength as an Emperor-level genius, there was almost no one in the entire world who could compare to him in terms of aptitude. Moreover, in addition, of course, of his own accord, in addition to his own aptitude, was comprehension. That was his comprehension of his. Lu Feng had actually successfully washed away all the impurities in the peak of the immortal realm. His power was limitless, comparable to those at the Golden Immortal realm. Such a scene was incomparably horrifying. Therefore, Lu Feng was really qualified to say anything. He was qualified to face any existence. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the monstrous genius on the opposite side fell silent. After a moment, he nodded gently. "Indeed, I've underestimated you by placing you in 8th place. After all, everyone knows your strength. You're also invincible below the Golden Immortal realm. Compared to them, you don't seem to be any worse. Your goal is Tian Hui. We've all thought of this. After all, for an existence like you, only an existence of the same level can tempt you. But to be honest, I'm not optimistic about whether you can challenge Tian Hui. After all, according to the legends, for some unknown reason, this king-class disciple had actually mentioned Tian Hui's matter." Lu Feng remained indifferent. He chuckled, unmoved. According to the legends, he's already comprehended the power of the world. Indeed, if he's like this, he can rise to a higher level. Hearing that Lu Feng could say it out loud, this monstrous disciple was clearly stunned. He looked at Lu Feng, not understanding how this rogue cultivator could know so much. Actually, you're a rogue cultivator. This in itself limits you a lot. If you choose a sect that can nurture you wholeheartedly, your future will be limitless. At that time, you'll be stronger than Tian Hui, much stronger. I don't know. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood. It turned out that this person had said so much just to recruit him. He wanted to recruit him on behalf of his own sect. You are? Lu Feng frowned slightly, looking at the other party. I'm a disciple of the Yellow Spring sect. Lu Feng came to a sudden realization. So this person was actually a disciple of the Yellow Springs sect, the overlord of the Yellow Springs continent in the past. And now, the Yellow Springs sect was fully deserving of the title of the #1 emperor-level sect. He was also Lin Longtian's #1 opponent. It was no wonder then, as long as they can recruit Lu Feng. In time, when Lu Feng breaks through the layers of restrictions and becomes a perfected flowing time immortal venerable, relying on the power of the Yellow Springs sect, it's not impossible for them to become the Overlord sect again. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't care about this. Therefore, he shook his head. Seeing this, the monstrous disciple showed a trace of anxiety. He said directly, "We've already investigated. You're not a disciple of a powerful emperor sect from another continent. If you're an emperor sect, then our Yellow Spring sect is the most suitable for you. I know, you want to say that if you had to choose, you would choose Lin Langtian. But you have to think carefully. Lin Langtian already has Tian Hui. After all, he has the surname Tian. He's a core member of Lin Langtian. You're an outsider, so your status in Lin Langtian can't be compared to Tian Hui's. As a monster, can you really tolerate your status being lower than others? In other words, only our Yellow Spring sect can give you everything you need. So don't hesitate." Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, regardless of the strength of this monstrous disciple, his analysis was clear and logical. If Lu Feng was really a wandering cultivator with emperor aptitude, he might have agreed. Unfortunately, Lu Feng wasn't. So Lu Feng shook his head again. "Whether it's your Yellow Spring sect or Lin Langtian, I won't join either. I've said it before, I'm only here for Tian Hui. And I'm not looking for him for some bullshit emperor battle. I'm looking for him to improve my combat experience. I'm only here to teach him a lesson, that's all." Lu Feng didn't try to hide his words, so everyone heard it clearly. Everyone heard it clearly. Countless people stared at Lu Feng, dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why he would say such a thing at such a time and place. Moreover, in their opinion, such words were too arrogant. On the other side, his opponent was also a little dumbfounded. However, when he saw Lu Feng's completely confident appearance, he couldn't say anything. Silence, complete silence. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. "Looks like I underestimated you. I hope you'll succeed." In the next moment, he turned around and walked down the stage. The only reason he came here was to recruit Lu Feng. He didn't care about victory at all. Of course, even if he did, it wouldn't be of any use. Although he and Lu Feng were at the same level, their combat strength was worlds apart. Once the battle started, he would be suppressed in an instant. Rather than being suppressed, humiliated, and severely injured before leaving, it would be better for him to go down himself. No matter what, it would still be worth it. Of course, when he went down the stage, the surrounding audience couldn't help but boo. Unfortunately, he didn't care about that at all. Just like that, Lu Feng won the third round of the competition once again. And in the next round of the competition, there would be some unconventional ultimate battles. Lu Feng turned around and left. This time, he didn't choose to return to his room. There was no need for him to waste any more time. Walking along the streets, Lu Feng began to carefully appreciate the overall appearance of the largest city in the Yellow Spring continent. The Yellow Spring continent is indeed terrifying and powerful. In terms of size, it's comparable to a few super life planets. This is unbelievable. A city the size of a few super-life planets was indeed enough to shock Lu Feng. Of course, what shocked him the most was the aura here. Yellow Spring City, according to the legends, seems to have experienced several eras. And the eras here are different from the ones in the original universe. After the original Immortal Devil era, the original universe went through countless eras. Here, it has only experienced the 4 ancient, 6 desolate eras, and a modern era. These are only 11 eras. Yellow Spring City has been through several eras. The significance of this is simply too great. It has been way too long. Really, it's long enough. Lu Feng was disappointed. Walking on the street, he felt the thick aura of the eras, but his heart was calm. At this moment, Lu Feng felt a sense of loneliness. He came here alone, although he was strong enough now. But in the end, he was still alone. He had experienced a lot, and he was already 30 years old. However, Lu Feng spent most of his time killing and cultivating. Therefore, even though he was 30 years old, his real-life experience was only 20 years. He was actually no different from a 20-year-old young man. Chapter 883. I wonder when I'll be able to go home. What Lu Feng wanted the most was to go home. This was because he was still worried about his family and friends in the primal universe. Not far away. It's really not far away. It might take thousands of years for many apex geniuses to reach the epic Overlord realm. But that's for them. For me, Lu Feng, it's really not far away. I'm already a pinnacle immortal, and I've stabilized my realm. I just need a suitable opportunity. I'll enter the realm of destruction. I'll become a great devil body of destruction. At that time, I'll quickly become a pinnacle true immortal or even a pinnacle heaven immortal. I believe it's really not far away, he exhaled softly. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with determination. After dispelling the worries in his heart, Lu Feng returned to his usual calmness. Lu Feng wandered around Yellow Spring City for an entire day. One day later, the real competition began. Soon, Lu Feng returned to the competition venue. At that moment, there was an unprecedented number of people here. Countless monstrous geniuses and geniuses had already gathered here. Lu Feng knew that this was the real beginning of the final competition. After several battles, after countless losses and casualties, there were only slightly more than 1,000 geniuses and monsters left. This was enough for the unconventional battles before the final battle. Everyone its time. The remaining battles will be unconventional. This time, we've given up on the previous grouping. Instead, we've chosen a random combination. In this way, I believe everyone will be able to see the exciting and intense final battle. Unconventional battles meant that they would be evenly divided into certain groups and let these people fight in a free-for-all. In the end, only one person would be able to enter the final round. This time, 50 people were needed. In other words, the competition would be divided into 50 arenas. However, although there were still 50 arenas this time, the way the battles were fought was different. This was because the battle this time was going to be a random battle. In other words, he would create 50 arenas. Anyone could enter these 50 arenas, and once they entered, they would have to fight. In the end, the only one left would be the winner of this arena. It could be said that this arrangement seemed unfair, but it was the best way to show the true essence of battle. After all, in such an era, there was no such thing as absolute fairness. That immortal king, named Lin Lang Tian, quietly swept his gaze over. When he discovered that no one had any objections, he directly struck out a hand seal in the air. In the blink of an eye, 50 of the largest arenas had been formed and were completely wrapped up. All right, you can enter now. Those who are confident can enter first. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 people had already rushed into the arena. They were all people who had absolute confidence in themselves. Although those who entered first would suffer the most losses, it didn't matter to these people, because they wanted to win, and they wanted the most magnificent victory. Thus, over 100 people appeared at the same time and directly seized 49 spots. Then, when the battle began, they would begin to kill each other. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was slightly speechless. To be honest, he felt that the top monstrous geniuses didn't move at all. They seemed to be waiting for something. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng understood. These people probably didn't want to face each other in advance. After all, they were all existences who could reach the top 5 in the future. If they met in advance, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. This would also limit their future path. Thinking of this, Lu Feng sighed softly. To be honest, this kind of thinking wasn't bad. Unfortunately, this wasn't the kind of thinking that a powerhouse should have. To a powerhouse, no existence was an obstacle. If they had the strength to control the world, would they still care about these things? Therefore, their choice was actually a joke. They just didn't have enough confidence. In the next moment, Lu Feng had already taken a step forward. It was this step that attracted everyone's attention. Although Lu Feng wasn't ranked first, wasn't in the top 5, and was only 8th, he was after all the only Emperor-level monstrous genius other than Tian Hui. Moreover, Lu Feng, this Emperor-level monstrous genius, was also a true Emperor-level monstrous genius. Therefore, although he wasn't the most potential contender, his existence was one of the people who received the most attention. Seeing Lu Feng's movements, these people's expressions were all strange. Because this time, Lu Feng actually chose the first arena. As expected of an Emperor-level monstrous genius. In the eyes of such a monstrous genius, only oneself is the most eternal existence. To them, everything else is nothing. As Emperor-level monstrous geniuses, they naturally have to choose the position that best suits their status. It's just that this time, apart from Lu Feng, Tian Hui is also an Emperor-level monstrous genius. I just don't know if these two people are going to clash in advance. Thinking of this possibility, everyone revealed an excited expression. If they really did clash in advance, although it might lose a lot of the final highlight, it was still acceptable to everyone. In addition to these spectators, those who were competing were also incomparably attentive. This included the few people on the list. They also hoped that Lu Feng and Tian Hui could clash in advance. This way, they would also be able to understand Tian Hui's strength. In the following battle, these people would also be able to have a good idea in their hearts. It's just that I don't know how much strength this Lu Feng can force Tian Hui to show. I think, as an Emperor-level monstrous genius, with the pure control of the essence of power he revealed, he should be able to force Tian Hui to reveal at least 70 to 80% of his peak combat strength. This was the thought in the hearts of many people. Of course, Lu Feng didn't know what they were thinking. He didn't have many other thoughts in his heart when he chose the first arena. It was just that since he, Lu Feng, had to choose the strongest arena, the first arena was still empty. This was because those who had rushed to enter here understood that the top existences would definitely choose the arena that was most suitable for their status. Obviously, this first arena would be a place that all the top monstrous geniuses coveted. They really didn't have the confidence to seize that arena directly. In the next moment, Lu Feng had already arrived in the arena. At this moment, Lu Feng was floating quietly in midair. The light in his eyes was dull, but it was filled with an endless, domineering majesty. This first arena belongs to me, Lu Feng. I don't know if you agree. Do you agree? Lu Feng used the word no, but the tone he used was one of affirmation. Many people gasped slightly. These people really hadn't expected that Lu Feng would actually choose such a domineering way to seize the first arena directly. Soon, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain spot. That was Lin Longtian's position. What these people wanted to see was Tian Hui's response. Lin Longtian's camp was silent, as if they had turned a blind eye to Lu Feng's performance. Many of Lin Longtian's disciples were slightly impulsive. Their eyes were filled with resentment. Everyone believed that if it weren't for the fact that they weren't strong enough, these people would have rushed forward and suppressed Lu Feng directly. Lu Feng's eyes were also fixed on Lin Longtian's position. In fact, deep down, Lu Feng didn't want to suppress Tian Hui right away. What he wanted was to directly suppress him under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people. Obviously, there were other arenas around. Naturally, this wasn't the right time. However, this was only Lu Feng's opinion. He also understood that if Tianhui really chose the first arena and came up directly, there would definitely be a real battle between them. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth curled into a strange smile. He muttered to himself, Tianhui, I wonder what you will choose. Time passed by slowly. Even the monstrous geniuses who were participating in the competition had temporarily forgotten to enter the other arenas. Everyone was observing the first arena. They would only feel at ease to challenge it after they had confirmed who would be the winner. Finally, after some time had passed, an existence walked out from Lin Longtian's camp. When they saw him, many people were slightly stunned. Then, a playful smile appeared on their faces. It's actually him. Don't tell me Lin Langtian intends to hide Tianhui until the end? Tianhui hadn't appeared in the previous competitions. Although it seemed unfair, this competition was held by Lin Langtian. Moreover, everyone knew that there wasn't much difference whether Tianhui participated or not. However, these people hadn't expected that Lin Langtian would still let Tianhui hide at such a time. It seemed that Lin Langtian wouldn't release Tianhui until the final confrontation. The one who appeared was also Lin Longtian's disciple. He was a monstrous genius called Lang Lu. On the other hand, he was ranked third on the potential rankings this time. The first was Tianhui. The second was the top monstrous genius of the Yellow Spring sect, Shi Zhong, who was at the peak of the Emperor grade. The third was Lin Longtian's Lang Lu. This time, it's really going to be interesting. Let Lang Lu deal with Lu Feng. I wonder if Lu Feng is stronger or if Lang Lu is stronger. Although Lang Lu was ranked third and Lu Feng was only ranked 8th, both of them should be invincible below the golden immortal realm. Therefore, although Lang Lu's chances of winning were a little higher, no one could say for sure what the real outcome would be if they clashed. These people really didn't know what the outcome would be. Under everyone's gaze, Lang Lu slowly walked into the void step by step. He looked at Lu Feng, nodded slightly, and entered the arena. Countless people's expressions were completely focused at this moment. In the other arenas, no one chose to enter, because these people wanted to see the ultimate confrontation between these two monstrous geniuses who were ranked in the top 10 on the potential list. Lang Lu will win. A few monstrous geniuses sneered. They had fought with Lang Lu countless times. They knew this seemingly calm, monstrous genius very well. They naturally knew what kind of terrifying, explosive power was hidden in Lang Lu's body. Lu Feng is at the peak. He's terrifying, but he's only a peak immortal after all. Compared to Lang Lu, he's really a lot worse. I'm afraid that if Lang Lu is serious, the battle will end in a very short time. This was the thought of those who knew Lang Lu. However, there were only a majority of people who had such thoughts. Not everyone was like this, because in the eyes of the Moon Howl sect's disciples, Lang Lu was bound to lose. Although they had heard of Lang Lu's name and knew that he was a famous peak monstrous genius in the entire Yellow Spring continent, they had really seen that shocking scene for Lu Feng. In the hearts of these people, it was impossible to truly defeat Lu Feng unless a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven descended. Chapter 884. Silence. Everyone was strangely silent. They were waiting for the final result to appear. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Lang Lu slowly walked to the peak step by step and walked into the arena. In that instant, countless people's eyes lit up with a dazzling brilliance. They knew that the real battle, the battle that belonged to the younger generation, had begun. Lu Feng was still smiling as he watched Lang Lu walk into the void step by step. He nodded his head gently. You are Lang Lu of the Lang family? Lang Lu nodded his head lightly, his face also filled with a kind of indifference. However, everyone could clearly sense that the relaxed look in his eyes wasn't genuine. At that moment, he had already raised his mind attribute. On the other hand, Lu Feng's expression made everyone feel extremely strange. This was because Lu Feng's performance was too indifferent. He was simply incomparably indifferent. He only watched quietly, without the slightest hint of emotion. It was as if this kind of ease came from the depths of his heart. This Lu Feng is really strange. Could it be that he really has the confidence to win? Many people were puzzled and had the same feeling. Looking at Lu Feng, Lang Lu remained silent for a while before finally speaking for the first time. Lu Feng, right? Actually, I know about your existence. I understand your purpose for coming here this time. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. He knew that this must have been said by Sect Master Lin. After all, only the #1 Sect Master of Lin Lang Tian, the head of the Lin family, knew about his purpose. Therefore, since he said that he knew, it must have been Sect Master Lin who told him. Lu Feng, actually, I really want to tell you that Tianhui's existence is not something you can go against. I really admire you for being able to challenge Tianhui directly for Lin Yu. However, your thinking is too simple. Tianhui has already condensed the true power of the autonomous realm. If you haven't reached that step, you will never understand how terrifying the power of the world is. When an existence without the power of a world faces a monstrous genius with the power of a world, the fate of being completely crushed. No matter how extreme and terrifying you are, the result will still be the same. So, I advise you to stop. He was really trying to persuade Lu Feng. Looking at the sincere expression on Lang Lu's face, Lu Feng fell silent. Lang Lu continued, "Perhaps you're confused as to why I'm telling you this and why I want you to let go. Or perhaps you'll think that Tianhui and I are both Lin Longtian's disciples, and that's why I said that." Lu Feng was silent. He just looked at Lang Lu quietly. He knew that since Lang Lu said these words, then the real situation was definitely not like this. Sure enough, Lang Lu continued, "You're wrong. I don't have a good impression of Tianhui. In fact, I hate him. Coincidentally, I have a good relationship with Lin Yu." At this moment, Lu Feng came to a realization. It turns out that Lang Lu and Lin Yu are good friends. No wonder he was willing to tell me this, and even reminded me to let go. If this was the reason, then Lu Feng really understood. He gently nodded his head, and his expression once again returned to its previous indifference. "I understand, but since I'm participating, my goal is clear. Before the real results are out, before I achieve my goal, I won't give up." After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lang Lu only sighed slightly. Sure enough, every genius has their own pride. And now, a peak monstrous genius like you is even more so. However, this time, I can't just watch you challenge him like this. I believe that if you and Tianhui collide, the outcome will be very tragic, because he doesn't know what it means to be merciful. So, I can only apologize. If I don't stop you this time, then when Lin Yu wakes up, he will blame me. After saying this, his aura began to boil. Vaguely, the heavens and earth trembled slightly. In the void, a great force was condensing and fusing. It was as though it was going to press down on Lu Feng in the next moment, completely suppressing him. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. They could naturally feel this terrifying majesty. At this moment, many people who disdained Lang Lu and thought that he shouldn't be ranked third were completely silent. This is Lang Lu's power? Is this the terrifying power of Lin Longtian's former #1 disciple? He's really powerful. No wonder he's ranked third, only behind Tianhui and Yellow Spring Sect's Shizhong. The surrounding discussions didn't change Lang Lu's mind. He just looked at Lu Feng, the light in his eyes still not disappearing. "Lu Feng, this is not my peak strength. If you can't even beat me, then challenging Tianhui is absolutely courting death. So this time, you should give up." Lu Feng smiled faintly. Then, there was a hint of laughter. He looked at Lang Lu, smiled, and said in a slightly formal manner, "I can feel that you're sincere in what you're saying. So, I'm very grateful to you. Although I know you're only doing this because of Lin Yu, I'm still grateful to you. However, you can't stop me. When I see a direction in my eyes, the entire universe has to give way to me." The moment his voice fell, Lu Feng's aura appeared. Lu Feng's aura appeared. Lu Feng's aura, shocking the world, appeared. At this moment, countless existences were horrified and trembling. Many low-level existences were on the verge of collapse. They couldn't even guarantee that they could stand. The fear in their hearts was simply indescribable. What kind of aura is this? Why is it so terrifying and extreme? Countless people were aghast. They couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. They really couldn't imagine how such a thing could happen. How could such a horrifying scene appear? This was simply an invincible aura. Emperor, King, Emperor. This is the most noble aura. What kind of existence is this Lu Feng? How could he refine such an aura? At this moment, just like how no one doubted Lang Lu after sensing his aura, no one doubted Lu Feng's strength anymore. This time, Lu Feng had used his aura and his true power. Because he respected his opponent, he was willing to display his strength. Looking at the shocked and dazed Lang Lu, Lu Feng's expression became serious. In the past, I was struggling to catch up to others. But now, I've reached the realm of great success. Although I'm only at the realm of great success for the younger generation, it's still a realm of great success. Throughout the endless eras among the younger generation, I, Lu Feng, am the king, the ultimate invincible king. Lu Feng's words resounded throughout the entire era, resounding throughout the entire sky. They could say that he was arrogant, or that he was anything. But he, Lu Feng, was such a domineering existence. He was the Emperor, Lu Feng. After being here for so long, Lu Feng could finally show his true majesty as an emperor this time. Lang Lu, you're no match for me. You're far from being my match. Once Lu Feng made a move, in such a state, the world would collapse and the era would dry up. Therefore, he didn't make a move. Instead, he raised his aura, which had already reached a terrifying level. Once again, countless people gasped and retreated one after another. They couldn't bear the descent of such extreme majesty and chose to retreat in a distant place. A golden immortal's expression was incomparably complicated. Beside him, a middle-aged man stood quietly. At this moment, the golden immortal sighed fiercely. How can this Lu Feng be so extreme and terrifying? If Lu Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this golden immortal. This was because he was the elder who had accepted Lu Feng's bet of 1,000,000 level 5 or 6 pills. Hearing the elder's words, the man beside him smiled helplessly. It seems that you and I have misjudged. We previously thought that Lu Feng bet so much just because he was swayed by his emotions. But we didn't expect that he was really confident enough. He's confident that he can obtain the final victory. 50 million worth of medicinal pills. This was definitely a shocking number. At this moment, this elder was really thinking about how he would explain to the sect once Lu Feng defeated Tianhui. The man beside him walked over and said slowly, "Right now, he's only showing this kind of aura. Strictly speaking, he hasn't become the final victor yet. After all, his aura is terrifying at its peak. As long as he hasn't comprehended the power of the world, he has no chance of winning against Tianhui." Hearing his words, the elder's eyes flashed brightly. Yes, although his aura is almost invincible, although the current Lu Feng is enough to become the most invincible combat strength below the Golden Immortal rank. But the watershed of the Golden Immortal rank, the existence of this shackle, is not something that can be easily broken by anyone. As long as he hasn't comprehended the power of the world, he has no chance of winning against Tianhui, who has controlled the power of the world. Actually, I'm overthinking everything. Although he was comforting himself like this, there was still a strange color in the eyes of this golden, immortal elder. He was looking for some possibilities for himself. Lu Feng looked at Lang Lu with a dignified expression. Coupled with the invincible will that he had condensed at this moment, Lang Lu actually kept retreating. "You are really no match for me. I've said it before. In the younger generation, I am the king. No one is my match. You give up." Lang Lu hesitated. He was really hesitant. But in the end, he persevered and didn't take half a step back. "Lu Feng, Lin Yu once told me that your existence is destined to be incomparably great and terrifying. At first, I just thought that he had never seen the world. But that day, when I learned from the sect master that you were actually an emperor-level monster, I realized that I had underestimated the monsters in the world. However, I still didn't dare to agree with Lin Yu's evaluation of you at that time. But now it's different. Lu Feng's aura had reached such a level that he looked up to. This undoubtedly proved that Lin Yu's words were not an exaggeration. Lu Feng chuckled, but didn't say anything. The next moment, Lang Lu continued, but Lu Feng, as the #1 monster in Lin Lang Tian, as a peak emperor-level monster, how can I fail like this? So let's fight. Let me see the strength of the person who is worshipped by Lin Yu. Let me see the domineering strength of Lu Feng. His aura increased, his spirit sublimated, and his essence, qi, and spirit entered a perfect level at this moment. This was already his limit of madness and terror. The current Lang Lu was really about to take the embryonic form of invincibility. However, facing such a Lang Lu, all Lu Feng did was to throw a punch. After he was strong enough, he still threw the simplest punch. One punch to break all techniques. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.